Dzień dobry Państwu, witam na drugim dniu warsztatów prowadzonych przez Martinę Hoffman i zapraszam do uważnego słuchania, bo oczywiście to jest jedyny sposób, żeby coś wchłonąć. Oczywiście Martina jest gotowa, także zapraszam. Martina, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning. Thanks for coming again. Thanks for having me for December the 2nd, day 2 of a lot of information. And let's make a little recap on what we heard yesterday, what we did yesterday, what we saw yesterday. First of all, I want to say it's been a lot of information, a lot of theory in the morning with the ISO standard, fact sheet, a new draft and everything like that. And then we have been looking at how to implement digitization projects or programs and what exactly do you need to think about. And I think we discovered that you have to think about a lot of stuff, like really a lot of stuff. And to make sure that you think of everything, you saw some questions. Digitization is asking questions, and it's communication. A lot of communication with yourself, with your departments in-house, maybe with external experts. It's also making decisions, something that I really like. It's not only you have a choice, but you also get to make a lot of decisions yourself. Within your institution, within your budget, and within your time frame, of course, but there is an opportunity to actually influence what the outcome is. Choices that you can or should or have to make even include imaging standards. Which way do you want to go forward with? Or which guideline you want to follow? And within those standards and guidelines, what kinds of quality levels do you want to choose? Which kind of resolution you need to choose, what kind of objects do you have at your hand, but of course not exclusively about imaging, about the capture part. It's also about file naming, it's about storage, it's about how to actually make the public access to those images, or do you even want public access to those images? Do you have the legal rights to show them online? So there's a lot of things that come to mind when talking about digitization. Digitization itself, if you see the word as it is, should be naming the conversion from A to B, from an analog to a digital carrier, but there comes so much more when we talk about digitization in cultural heritage. When we went on after a little break, we saw that there are some different kinds of technologies on how you can use digitization, or that you can use for digitization. Equipment that can be very fast, not too fast. They all have their positive sides and their less positive sides. And they all have some limitations that you might want to consider when you're actually thinking about buying, or when you think about digitization at all, because the originals that you have will influence which kind of equipment you can use. So also here, decisions have to be made to choose a right hardware original combination, and it's not that easy to make. That's why it's important to know what's out there, what's in your institution, what's on your vendors list, and everything like that. I hope that was a very brief recap on what you actually saw yesterday, even if it was maybe too much to follow everything or to have a good night's sleep with all the information in your head. So let's dive into the first big question for today. That is, what would we buy for what? Well, as always, there are so many different choices in digitization. It depends. there is no one clear answer for everybody, for every budget and every institution and every kind of original collection. There is a different choice to make. So what would we buy for which institution or which collection? Thinking about it means, well, first of all, what kind of a global budget do I have? Because that will determine very much what choices I have on the hardware equipment market. Will I be able to spend, I don't know, €500,000? Then I can maybe shop more than one equipment type. Will I only have €100,000? Then I will be able not to shop too many different kinds of equipment, so I have to make a completely different choice. Also, it depends very much on what do I actually need. What is the goal of my digitization? As we said yesterday, if you only want it for websites, thumbnails, let's call it like that, you probably don't need a high-end equipment that is FATSI 4-star compliant. If you want preservation imaging, well, you probably need something that is at least FATSI 3-star compliant. So there are choices, and those choices that you make upfront in your digitization strategy for your institution will also influence what you're actually thinking about when you want to buy hardware equipment. So yesterday we saw one-shot systems versus scanner systems, and they have all their, well, interesting pros and cons. So one-shot system basically is a little bit faster than a scanner system, because a scanner needs to go through each line, and it goes and goes and goes and goes, and there is the image, while a one-shot is a click, and there it is. When we talk about the originals, what kind of originals can we put on there? And we are talking now, for example, about flat 180-degree openings. So I could buy a book cradle with a glass pattern. Okay, so one-shot has that, can have that if I want to, and a scanner also has that. What can I do with that? Well, basically everything that is opening flat, so bound material that opens very flat, that I can put a little bit at least pressure on to put the book patterns of the cradle against the glass. I can do more or less flat things if they are not too wavy. I could do, well, loose paper, of course. Any kind of paper, handwritten, typed, or printed. If it's a loose page, then I can have that. Well, so there is a difference between those two in basically fast, how fast is my image there, and how complex my system will be. The complexity of the system is here a real, well, pro and con for both. A one-shot system is, in the sense, complex, that it has more different parts that I need to take care of, and probably a software where I can actually do a lot of stuff in. That's a pro, but there's also a con side on that, because if I don't have the competence and the knowledge how to use it and how to actually calibrate everything and how to make sure which item goes with what, if the light is correct and if everything has to be set by myself without help from a vendor, for example, then that can be a con, especially if you have a small institution, you only have like one person there that has to do everything. If you have more personnel, if you have a lot of photographers, that will be a pro, could be a con, depending on what kind of institution you have and what kind of resources you have. On the other side, A scanner normally comes as a turnkey solution. It includes everything. It has the computer, the lighting, the lens, everything in it. Basically, and I don't mean that any bad or so, it's a one-button solution. You put the original there, you press one button, and there you go. Here comes your image. That's a pro, but that's also a con for a scanner. For example, when something goes wrong, when your image does not turn out to be the likes that you want, what do? You don't have a lot of options to interfere in the system, which means, yes, it's very easy, so you can have, well, not a photographer do it, but you can train people very fast on this system to put originals there, to get an image out of it, but as soon as something goes wrong, you're basically locked in and you have to have a vendor come over and get the thing fixed. That costs time and money, of course, and you have to also think about that when you want to buy something, because it's very wise to put this support in your contracts when you buy a turnkey solution, like a scanner. So what about the two-shot systems? What can we do with that? Two-shot systems, and we have two types of two-shot systems. We can have a flat option, where we have like an A2, A1 size background. Book cradle, yes, no, everything's available. And you have a camera on the right side and a camera on the left side, and they will see what's underneath them. So basically, let's imagine we have a bound volume, size A2. We open it in the middle, of course. One camera will see the right page, one camera will see the left page. What they don't do is they don't see the whole object, the whole book. So if you want your camera system to output a two-page image, it means the software will perform an adjustment. It will stitch together. In most of the systems that are on the market, this is a proprietary software that does that, and you cannot interfere, which means you will have a hard time controlling what it actually does. Can go right, can go wrong, depending on what exactly is happening. We just can look at the final image to see, hopefully it worked. So that would be a two-shot flat system. But then we saw yesterday also we have those V-shapes, and they basically all are two-shot systems because there is a camera on the right side that sees the left page and a camera on the left side that sees the right page. We can do stuff that is not opening flat 180 degrees. Okay, great. So if in my collection there is a lot of stuff that I am not allowed to open 180 degrees, I don't have any flat items, I might want to think about buying a V-shaped system. If I have my $500,000, then I can think about buying a flat system and buying a V-shaped system, which is great. But, well, who has that kind of money? Well, not a lot of institutions, I can tell you. So you have to make a choice. It will be better for some originals to have a V-shape, but then you have to think about the issue with the glass pattern. Is my original written with text in the gutter? Well, then I should not opt for a V-shaped system that has only ability to shoot with glass patterns. So I might want to think about a V-shaped system that does give me both options to shoot with and without glass. But in a, let's say, usual library, also in the usual archive, and there are always exceptions. Nothing in digitization is 100% here. Eh? Usually, we see a lot of flat items. So even if you bind a lot of things together, like journals or magazines or newspapers, they open very well, or can be opened very well to 180 degrees. Archives have a lot of loose paper, flat items, so do I really need the V-shape? That's a question that I would ask myself if I want to buy equipment. Is it more practical and more useful for me to have a flat system or a V-shaped system? I would say, as long as I have a flat system, I would go for the two-shot system. But if I want to buy something completely new because I need a flat system and a V-shaped system, I would rather buy the flat system first, because I can do a lot more things with it. A lot more originals will go underneath there. And we can also try to make a V-shape, a two-shot system out of the one-shot system if we put one page down and shoot always the left pages, turn the whole original around, and then shoot all the right pages. It takes more time, it takes more effort, and I have to be more careful as a person that is actually doing the digitization, but it's doable. So if I don't have the money to buy both systems, I can do more with a one-shot system that is flat. If I want a flat one-shot system or a scanner system, then I need to think about, do I have an option with and without glass, and how would I do that? So there is a pretty easy option for, well, most of the things. You buy it with glass and a book cradle, because it gives you more options, and you can either buy from the vendor or do a little do-it-yourself, make a tabletop that is flat, where you can put your originals that you are not allowed to put under glass on it. So it gives you more flexibility to have a flat 180-degree system. If it's a scanner or a one-shot, that has something else. So, what would we buy? We don't have endless money. I do need the most flexibility. And I can only choose one out of all the likes. What would you buy? A flat system. You would buy a one-shot system or a scanner? I know it's in the morning, but let's get interactive.
Okay, we're here. I'd buy a flat system first, and if I could, if I had time constraints, I would buy a one-shot system.
If you had time constraints, you would buy a one-shot system. Okay, because?
Because it is faster.
It's faster to shoot.
Yeah.
Okay, but you have the competence in-house to actually use it.
Of course.
Okay.
We actually have it, this exact solution I described.
There you go. If you buy a new one, you would still go for it?
The next one, I would buy a V-shape.
Ah, okay. Well, there you go. Of course. You already have a flat system. You don't need one more. Okay, so who is buying something else? Nobody wants to buy anything? Imagine you have the money. Now you can shop. What do you want? Nobody wants to buy anything. Well, okay, great. What do you want to buy?
Hello. I can tell what do we have in our museum. We have a flat one-shot system, and it suits us for most of uses. Really, there's not a lot of things that we cannot do with that. So we're pretty happy with it.
I can imagine. So the key word that I would also say here is the flexibility. I can use it for most of the things that I do, and that's the reason why I would also buy a one-shot system, a camera system with a book cradle, glass pattern, tabletop, and the lights on the side, very good lights. There are very good lights on the market now. A copy set column, and everything else. So I feel there is a common. Yes?
I have one more question.
Yes, sure.
One more question, or maybe a remark from me as to advantages of one-shot system when compared to scanners that move. You have live preview on one-shot systems, on some of them, and this is a very great feature to have.
Well, that is true, but you do have that on scanners too.
Could you repeat this? Because
You have a live preview on scanners too.
Not all of them.
No, not all of them, but most of the models that are used in cultural heritage do give you this is what I will shoot for you, and then you can crop it and make all the little adjustments that you want with it. So yeah.
But with the moving scanners?
Yes, with the moving scanners.
How is it possible?
Well,
it has to have additional camera for a live preview, and not every model has that.
Not every model has it, that's true. But there are models that have that.
Okay, I'll take you on your word. I haven't seen that yet.
That's great. Preview is a really important thing that most of the one-shot cameras have, and not all of the scanners have, indeed. So that's really a thing that makes it more flexible and easy to use. But, as I said before, you need to dive in the software way more than with a scanner. It means also that it gives you the flexibility to do way more with the one system that you buy. You can make, for example, if you have certain models and certain hardware, make in one go a master image and certain derivatives that you have already a pre-recipe for. You can also adjust a lot of stuff in the software already that you would need to adjust in post-processing with a scanner. The one button that you click to actually create the image is everywhere the same. Does it cost a little bit more than a scanner? Well, nowadays, no, not really, because a scanner can be as expensive as a camera one-shot system. You have them in all kinds of ranges, the one-shot systems, but also the scanners, and it can give you even more flexibility if you have the wish to use the lights for something else, because you can move the lights, which is something impossible with a scanner. And if you have reflective and transmissive material, you could most of the times use the LED lights that are standard now for using in a light box to get the light from underneath and to shoot actual transmissive material. So it gives you even more solution for the one system that you have. With a scanner, some scanners come with additions and additional kits for that, but well, that adds to the price. With the one-shot systems, you basically just have to click off the light and just rearrange the whole thing, and there you go. You don't need a lot of other stuff to do. So yes, when we talk about flexibility, I would go for a one-shot system, a good digital back, a very good lens, lights, and a book cradle with a glass pattern. If I have some money left, and they are really not expensive, a tabletop with that. Otherwise, I would go to the do-it-yourself market and just create one myself, or ask somebody in my institution to do it. If I have more money, and if I can buy more stuff, then I would buy a V-shaped system that gives me exactly the same flexibility for with or without glass. They don't come as cheap because, well, they normally have 2 cameras, and 2 cameras are more expensive than 1 camera. But to have a scanner, a line scanner, doing that costs me too much time in the production. And as we saw yesterday, we need to be very fast and consistent because we have so much stuff to do. We have to do a lot in our short lifetime and short period that we work. But how would I actually choose which of the countless makes and models can I use for it? Well, first of all, we hopefully decided by now what exactly do we want to achieve? What kind of originals do we have? And what kind of quality levels do we need for that? When we have, for example, the need for a FATSI 3-star imaging program, then we would need to look at a FATSI 3-star hardware equipment that can actually give us those images. If we say, well, our way to go forward is following the ISO standard, and most of our collection is ISO level B, then I need at least a hardware equipment that can give me ISO level B. And how would I do that? Well, the interesting part here is it's actually written in the ISO standard that the ISO standard is made for it. It's made to actually help you choose the equipment. It's made for 3 purposes, and it's stated in there. First, to help hardware manufacturers to assess their products and improve their products to create hardware that is able to adhere to the standard on certain quality levels, to assess equipment for those who want to buy hardware, and in the last, it's there for calibration and monitoring of the system that is here. So, in a second case, that's exactly the case that we actually are in now, because we want to buy hardware. The ISO standard is great because it gives us the parameters and the means and tools how to assess the equipment. Basically, it's very simple. We have a target, and we can just scan it, digitize it, and there we go. Make an analyze, software, and let the software analyze it and look at it and see if it fits. If I want a hardware that is level B, the outcome has to be a level B. But yeah, so here is the problem. I don't have the equipment now. I don't have the equipment in-house because, well, normally, you don't buy the hardware and then you say, well, it should be level B, and then you test it when it's in-house. No, you want to know if it's level B before you buy it because, well, it costs a lot of money. You don't want to spend all this money on nothing. So how would I do that in practice? There are different ways for all the things that we do in the cultural heritage digitization. So this is how I would do it. This is basically how I am doing it in reality. First of all, we ask good old internet, what's out there? Then you find a lot of vendors that will tell you that their equipment adhere to level A, level A+, SIR+, the ISO standard, have FATSI 4-star++, can do everything beyond FATSI 4-star or anything like that. They do have really shiny, great websites, and then they might want to tell you that they have a lot of experience, so you have to trust them. Not a very trusting person, myself, so I'm telling them, well, do you have any proof that your machine, XYZ model, that I'm interested in, really can do that? And then you have a conversation with them. And they tell you, well, of course it can. This model can do that. And basically it's always the the highest expensive, most expensive model that they want to sell you. So, well, this model is the greatest that we have, and you should buy this because it can do that, I guarantee you. And I'm like, well, I actually want this other model because this one is too expensive. Well, I can give you a discount. I'm like, okay, great, you can give me a discount, but can you still prove that it's actually adhering to this and this level? And then the normal suggestion that I'm getting is, well, I can send you a target image and you can see for yourself. If we are at that stage, we are already almost there. When they send you a target image and you analyze it for yourself, it's always good. It's always good. It always proves that the machine will do that. But questions that you cannot answer with that is that really the machine that you asked for? Is it really not altered to pass every test? And under which conditions did they actually create this image? So, again, not a very trusting person here. I assume that there is something going on here that I can't control. And I'm a control freak. I want to control everything. So, the other thing that I suggest is, okay, great. You know how to use those targets. Where can I find your machine in practice? So, if they tell me, well, we have a machine in this and this institution running on this and this program, I'm like, cool, great, can you give me a contact and I can visit them? I can phone them, I can call them, whatever. Some do, some don't, to be honest. The other option is, well, if it's a brand new model, they say, well, nobody yet has installed it for that. But they have a showroom. All of them have showrooms. So what do? I'm packing all my targets, and I'm just walking there. Well, okay, most of the times it's flying, but I'm just going there with my targets. I put the targets on the machines, and then I see for myself, and I control everything. And only if my test is passing, then I'm convinced that it's actually passing. I'm sure not everybody can do that. It costs time, effort, and money to travel everywhere with your targets in the luggage and do all this. But it's really worthwhile. It's very enlightening to do that. I can recommend it for everybody to fly around and test machines. It's one of the joys of my work, let's put it this way. Also have a lot of conversations with the hardware resellers or hardware producers in this way on what I think could be done or what I expect from when I buy a machine. But I'm completely aware it's not for everybody. Not everybody has the time budget or even the need to do that. So if you find an institution nearby that has the same kind of equipment that you are interested in, go there. Go ask them, look at their machine, ask them how they calibrated it, how it's set up. Maybe get your own target and just go to the neighbor and put it on there and see for yourself. And also, if you're talking to an institution, they will more likely tell you, well, we are satisfied with this feature, we are not so happy with that feature, something like that. So exchange is very important, and they will probably give you real-time feedback on something that really works or really doesn't work. Or where they wished they would have known that before they bought it. So you can profit from the experience that others have. On the other side, if you have the chance to get targets, even your own targets, to the hardware vendor and let them shoot your own target, because your own target will be referenced with your own reference numbers, you have a little bit more than if they use just one image that they're sending you. Because basically, an image that they are sending you could be done on each and every machine that they had available. It doesn't have to be the machine that you're interested in. It doesn't have to be anything real. they can alter that. You don't have any clue about what it is. So that's how I would do it in practice, how I would go test the machine. And also, if everything else is not possible, or even if it is possible, I still write in the contracts that I send out that they have to come and install the machine at my place. So I'm buying a one-shot system. I'm telling them, okay, I'm buying a one-shot system for this price from you, but you have to come to my place, my institution, you have to install it yourself, you have to calibrate it yourself, and when you go, before you go, I'm putting my target on it, and it has to pass my specifications, and otherwise I'm not paying you. That's a really nice way for you as an institution that you can do to make sure that the equipment will work to your specifications and standards before the technicians leave. It takes a little bit more time, yes. You have to negotiate that. It might cost a little bit more, but it's really worthwhile it, especially if you're buying machines where you are not so familiar with, because whenever they leave and you say, well, it doesn't work, oh my God, and they are gone, and you don't have any proof that it worked when they left, they will just say, well, basically, it's not our fault, you made something wrong. Did you push that button? Did you push that button? So to have a protocol, it worked at this moment in time to this specification is always helpful. So this is how I would buy my equipment. I would also buy different equipment for different tasks. First of all, I need a very flexible machine, so I'm totally with the colleagues here, one-shot system, flat, book cradle, glass pattern, copy stand, but that only gives me so much because there is a limitation in size. Do I want an A0 size, which is kind of big? With that kind of setup? Well, the problem here that I have is basically it's too large and the glass pattern will be too heavy and it will be very hard to handle and manipulate everything. So I rather would have an A1 size image system with that setup. But that also limits my originals basically to an A1 size. So what do I do with everything that's larger? Okay, two options. I can do the, let's call it the cheap option because then I don't have to buy equipment. I can do it in tiles. I can shoot everything in tiles. Okay, there you have the restoration department again, coming around the corner. Are you making sure that my original is not damaged? Okay, great. You can't do everything in tiles, or you do it in tiles and it costs you a lot of time and effort to do it because the manipulation is so hard. And you have to make more tiles and it always gives something and then it's not flat and then you didn't get this and then you did forget that. And then when you have to stitch it, you have to take care and stitching costs a lot of time. So it's very impractical. So if I have time and money, especially money, then I would opt for another machine. Also flat, but I'm A0 plus size. So then we are talking about a different kind of market. One-shot systems, well, let's put it this way. If our buildings are high enough, we can probably make something work with a one-shot system on A0 plus sizes. Means that the lights have to be very big and very far away. And it also means that we need the height for the camera column and the camera to be very high up. Does it really help to get, well, let's say higher PPI? Not really. So what's the better idea maybe here to look for actually scanners? And why is this a good idea? Because, well, they don't take up so much space, and they can be operated very easily without a glass pattern, but they need a lot of time. If we're talking A0 plus sizes, then it's a really very slow digitization. Still could be mass digitization because it's, if you have a good workflow running, you can still do a lot of things. But fortunately, in our institutions, we normally don't have a huge amount of A0 plus sizes that we need to digitize. Everything else, everything smaller, especially up to A1, I would definitely go for a one-shot system, 180, opening, flat, everything like we said before. And to assess it, well, there are targets for all of those, and you can still do the same thing. Just this year, I've been in Rome at the Vatican Library to see how their scanners work, which is great. Can recommend it to everybody. If you have the chance, go there, look at their digitization equipment. It's really impressive what they have there, and they are very happy and open to share. So, let's do the unboxing. We bought the hardware. Finally, we decided on something. It's a great one-shot system, and somebody has delivered all the boxes. Now, we have to put all the parts together, get the computer running, get the software running, get the monitor running, and everything like that. We chose it because we want preservation imaging. And we chose it for an ISO level B, kind of fetchy 3-star performance. So, we know it is capable of doing that because we've tested it. We've been there, we've talked to people, our friends and neighbors also have the same system, they have it working, it should be fine. We have put everything together, and what do we need to do? It does not work to a fetchy 3-star. Any ideas? What would we do? What's the next big step that we need to do? Yes, please.
We have to calibrate it.
Thank you. And there we go, calibration. And calibration is not the same thing as a monitoring scheme. So, what is the difference? Why are we doing it? Calibration, when we do the unboxing, is the most important thing to set up any system. Doesn't matter if it's a copy stand, it doesn't matter if it's a scanner, it doesn't matter what kind of equipment you're buying. Out of the box, you've ripped out all the papers, all the plastic is gone, it's there, it's beautiful. It will not work, no matter what. It will not be there immediately to do what you expect it to do. You always have to do a calibration. That's why I said, either you do it yourself, okay, you can do that, or you get the unboxing done by actually the reseller, the hardware equipment vendor, or anybody else that is selling you and bringing you the stuff, and they have to do the calibration. Which for me, as I said, lazy person, can do that, don't want to do that, they can do it, I pay them to do it. So, they have to do the calibration. A calibration means I'm setting up a system to achieve what I actually want it to do. They have to do the alignment of the lasers with the lens, with the pattern, the focus plane. They have to make a focus for the images, they have to put the lights in the right place, they have to put the right angles on the lights, they have to put the lights on the right height, they have to see if you need a lens correction, they have to see how much light you need, if you need a flash, if you need a continuous light. There is so much going on that is not out of the box working as you want it to, that you really, really need to do a calibration. That's something completely different than monitoring. Going back to the ISO standard is here to help you in the calibration too. So whenever you get your nice equipment and it's set up, either you or somebody else should calibrate it with all that's necessary, and then to validate your calibration, put a target on it, and to see if the target is actually performing to what you want. So, does it really achieve FETSI 3-star? Does it really achieve an ISO level B? If not, your calibration is not done. Then you need to tweak the system. That's something completely different than when you are monitoring your system, which is also something that FETSI and the ISO standard are here for. But it's very important to know, you buy something off the shelf, it does not work as you want. You need the calibration step. It's a lot of times that people forget to do that because somebody on the website said, well, it does that. Yeah, but it does not do that by itself. And that's something you should remember when you're buying equipment. So, just to make sure, mass production equipment, and it's not only mass production equipment, basically goes for every kind of equipment that you are buying here, is calibrated when you are buying it or setting it up, or significant changes occur. So you can buy it and set it up, and then it works, okay, fine, and then suddenly your institution decides, well, you know, you need out of the space because we need this space for something else, and here you have another space where you have to set up your digitization unit. Okay, great. So you have to move. But then moving all these tiles means something will change. And in order to make sure that your setup is back again to order so you can use it, you have to make a calibration again. Also, you need to make a new calibration in order to make sure everything runs as it should be, for example, for a FETSI 3-star, when something changes with the light. So in a one-shot system, we saw that there are two lights from either side. They both can go broke. Well, it happens. They don't last forever. So you need to buy new lights. You don't need to buy the whole new thing. You just need to change the light. But a new light might not perform as the old one has. So you need to make a new calibration. So something significant changes, or you are moving stuff from A to B, then you should make a new calibration. If you must do a calibration every day, I would say something's wrong with your system. Because once done, once settled, once all the things are okay, you should not need to make adjustments every day. So, the monitoring is something that you do over time. Monitoring means you are checking if your machine is still in the tolerance of production. It's not the same as calibrating. You calibrate one time, and with the monitoring, you are just looking, is it still working, is it still working? And then sometimes something occurs, and then you have to recheck your calibration. Often because the light go out on one side of an LED, for example, and something is happening, and then it's all dark, and oh my God, something happened. Also very often that, what I said yesterday, somebody with a vacuum against the light is completely different. Of course, you have to adjust that. But the basics should not be totally different. So calibrate and monitor. calibrate when something changes, when you get something new, when you move something, when you buy something. And then you have monitoring. Monitoring should be giving you stable results of your equipment over time. If they vary too much, too often, something is wrong with your equipment. And I would definitely go back to the person or the institution you bought it from. So here's the basic tip. When you are calibrating stuff, when you're calibrating equipment and you want to use it for mass production, calibrate always to the highest possible threshold to leverage tolerances in a production. So, what do I mean? For example, an L-star value of 95 should be okay. Your threshold is plus minus 2. So if you are calibrating to an L-star value of 93, you're at the lowest possible threshold border that you can be. As soon as something in your production happens, you will have a risk of falling out of the threshold. Same goes for PPI ranges. You want 300? Well, don't go for the lowest possible 293, 294. Go for the 300. If you want a sampling efficiency from at least 80%, your system probably can achieve 90 to 95%. Go for the 95%, because you have leverage in your production. It doesn't fall out of the production range as soon. And you have to be aware, no matter what equipment you're buying, it will change over time. It will change in the day, from morning to evening, if you have it on all the time, but it will also change over time. They are not built for eternity. None of them are. So, whenever you are buying something today, you get it 1st of January 2023, it will not be the same 1st January 2024. And it will be out of commission, hopefully very late, like in 10 years, maybe 15 years, hopefully 20 years, because then we have saved enough money to buy new stuff. But anyways, it will go out of their range, and it will have problems to maintain the tolerances to get into the threshold. It is what it is. They are not built for eternity. That's why it's very important to monitor and to recalibrate whenever needed. So for the monitoring part and for the actual calibration part, you can use the ISO standard FATSI and the same kind of, well, procedure basically, the target, the software, analysis, and there you go. But how often do you do the monitoring? There are some people in this room that are using targets. How often do you do monitoring targets for consistency? Every day. Okay. Other options.
We can also randomly do testing if we don't do it every day, like we have some big batches of materials, and we can pull random target scans and do testing.
How often do you actually shoot a target?
Each session has a target.
And the session would be defined by?
It is roughly every day, but it can be more than one each day. So it can be denser.
Anybody else? Well, every day is something worthwhile doing. Doing it more often when the session is defined different is also a very good idea. Two things here. What exactly is a session? Has to be defined for everybody. When you're looking at the FATSI guidelines, they're using a session in a completely different way than, for example, a normal company in the Netherlands would do. A normal company in the Netherlands would probably say, well, my session is the day or the shift of my people, so 8 hours. In the Library of Congress, for example, a session is like 2 to 4 hours of this one person operating this one machine. And then the session is gone. On the other side, if I'm talking quality control, which I will be talking later on, a batch could be part of a session or the session, but it can also be way more. So I can have a batch of weeks of production. So how often would I expect somebody to make a target for monitoring? Well, there are institutions that use them once a week, once a month, once a day, twice, 3 times a day, at the beginning of each session, at the end of each session. Is there anything written in the guidelines or in the ISO standard? Yes, there is. And it may sound a little bit much, but every time when you are starting the hardware and whenever the power goes off. So that means if I have a camera system that is powered, the camera and the lights, and I turn off the lights, which means no power on the lights, I have to redo a target. Every time I'm turning on and off the camera, I have to redo a target. Which means also people that have breaks, and people do take breaks. I mean, of course they do take breaks. So whenever there is a break and you turn off the camera system, you should redo a target. That can be very much. That can be also, well, avoided, but then you have to change people while they are on break. So there are workarounds, but that's the official thing. Whenever the power goes off, and whenever before you start production anyway. So before you start production would go to every day, and whenever you are changing, and that's the other thing, whenever you're changing the settings, you should do another target. So, for example, I'm shooting newspapers on 300 ppi in the whole morning, and then I'm changing to handwritten letters A4 on 600 ppi. I'm just making up numbers here. There's nothing that I would do really, but then I need to do another target because the target is only valid for the 300 ppi and not for the 600 ppi. So I need to change whenever my settings significantly change. Or when I'm changing the lights from height, for example, because it will change the whole, what the signal will be like. So actually doing a lot of targets is good practice, best practice maybe, but it can be also, well, a lot of effort, a lot of time. So, as I said before, there are institutions that are only doing it like once a week. Why? And what could you do to actually do that? Well, first of all, I do not recommend any of that whenever you're buying new equipment, because monitoring, and monitoring very closely, which means doing a target every day, every session, like every morning, before lunch break, after lunch break, before you shut down the system in the evening, means that you have a close idea of how your system is performing. Especially when you are new with the equipment, you need to get familiar. How does it really roll? How does it work? What are the changes over the time of the day? How is the light behaving? How is my sharpness behaving? How is everything behaving? What happens if I do that? What happens if I do that? The easiest way to monitor that is putting targets on it. And putting targets at always the same time. I start at 8, I go for a break at 12, come back at 1, shut down at 5, something like that. Do that for a period of time and see how it goes. See what changes. See how it actually lives. And when you are familiar with your new equipment, when you are confident this is how it works, this is how it rolls, then you can do less of a target. Of course, I mean, I wouldn't do that all the time. So it's not like you must do 10 targets a day. No, no, no. But it helps you when you want to get familiar with your equipment. If you are pretty sure how it works, it's very stable, then you can go to less and less targets. Then you could do like 1 in a day, and you are still confident, this is the performance that I want, I know exactly how it behaves over the day, everything's fine. Would I recommend doing it once a week? No, I wouldn't, because a lot of things can change. This is only very few hardware types can actually perform that stable, and then we are definitely not in the one-shot systems or in the two-shot system. So when we're talking about maybe line scanners that are really, really stable, when you are confident how it behaves, you could cut back on the target schema and say, okay, I'm doing it every Monday and Friday, for example. But be sure that you are not changing anything significantly, so all your settings are always the same. Like every day you're actually producing 300 ppi on exactly this level and nothing else. As soon as you're changing that, the whole schema goes out the door, of course. So this is the monitoring part that is very important in my view, and also means something else than a calibration, because if your targets in the monitoring come back, well, bad every time, something is wrong with your calibration. And you have to actually go back and do the setup again. And there, still make sure that you have the biggest threshold tolerances left over for your production, because otherwise you will run into trouble, because each system, every system, will not behave completely stable. Even if I have the best system, today it will give me 95 L-star and tomorrow it will give me 94.7. It will not give me exactly the same. So I need the tolerances in the production. I will go on for a little bit before the coffee break, because I think the lunch is at 1:30 again. Tomasz?
Sorry, yeah.
Okay. Great. So, I will just dip into something, a little bit of a history. That's a collection of targets that is commonly known. People are using it. They are still using it. They can be bought. I'm not sure everybody knows how they look, but we will take a look later on. But in the meantime, I'm just talking about it. So when we're talking about total response, like we saw in the FATCI guidelines or in the ISO standard, very often people are using grayscales. And very traditionally, they are from Kodak or Tiffen. Kodak was before, and then they stopped producing them, and then Tiffen took over. And now the basic difference is, well, it has another brand name on it, but the rest is the same. Very often people use that because they are very, very cheap, and they have been around for kind of ages. They often come with a Kodak color chart, which is also the same size as the grayscale, just with a little bit of color patches in there. It's basically the basic colors plus 2 or 3 others. A very limited range of color, but it's actually very often used in archaeology. So people in archaeology always carry them with them, and that's great. 2 problems with that. They are not very neutral, so whenever you use them, be aware that they might have a completely different value than what you expect they would have. They are not measured, so you would need to measure them yourself, which is, well, a little bit of too much effort for these kind of products. They are so cheap that people don't even bother doing that. So whenever there is a technical, theoretical value on the internet, people will just use that. They're still being used, as I said, because they're very cheap. You can buy them everywhere. Yes.
Thank you. What about Munsell linear grayscale target?
That's new. That's a newer one. Discontinued. You can't buy it anymore. The one company that actually made them discontinued to make them. So, well, was a nice idea. Doesn't work. The linear Munsell grayscale was invented a few years ago. It's not even that old. It should feature a very neutral grayscale from white to black. It was highly valued by at least museum photographers. It was also in some guidelines. It was proposed to be a good idea to replace the Kodak Tiffen grayscale, but it was much more expensive. That was one point. So not every institution made the change because, well, the Kodak Tiffen grayscale were much cheaper. And well, grayscale is a grayscale, you think. No, it's basically not. The linear Munsell grayscale was way better in what the patches really gave you as a value back. But X-Rite was the company that had to make them. And X-Rite didn't make any money on it, apparently, because they discontinued it. I'm not exactly sure why they discontinued it, but the newest word is they are not selling it anymore. And they have not sold it for a year or so. So it's like really, if you find someone who is still selling them, it's just out of their stock. You can't replace them. Which is also something, as I said yesterday, also targets have a certain lifespan. They will go corrupt, bad, scratched. People will mistreat them. And you can't prevent that. I mean, you can only do so much. And then you have to replace it. And then all your workflow is on a chart, based on a chart that you can't replace. That makes not so much sense. So yes, it was a grayscale, but we should not talk about it anymore because you can't use it anyway. Then, of course, we have seen yesterday the X-Rite Color Checker Classic. And why I'm naming it X-Rite is because it's actually X-Rite. That's the company that is producing them. That is their name. You can't just have anything else. It's the X-Rite Color Checker Classic. Point. So that's no endorsement for any of it. Like Kodak is also a brand name. It's not an endorsement. It's just a fact. They produced it. The Color Checker Classic is the one with the big patches that I showed yesterday. So the 24 big patches. Then the X-Rite Passport is the smaller version of the whole thing. And the X-Rite Digital Color Checker SG is the one with the smaller patches with the 140 that I showed yesterday too. They, of course, have something to do with color and not so much else. The X-Rite Color Checker Classic and the Passport have a very limited grayscale. It's only like 5 patches, so it's not really a grayscale. Like the Kodak Tiffen grayscale gives you at least 20 patches. The linear Munsell grayscale gives you 20 patches. The X-Rite Color Checkers Classic and so on only give you a small amount of patches from white to black. The X-Rite Digital Color Checker SG, as I said yesterday, has included a real big color grayscale, 20 patches. You just have to know which line you are actually looking at. So there you have basically 2-in-1 chart. What it doesn't help you with so far is anything related to resolution, SFR, MTF, and things like that, sampling efficiency. There you need the QA62 slanted edge target. That's the little one where I said yesterday, very expensive. And you need at least 5 of those. So those will help you for that. Then the QA2 geometry targets, that will actually cost you not too much, but they are also limited in size, so you only get like one size. And what you can see on that, you can't measure it with software, you can actually see if there is a pillow, cushion distortion or something like that, barrel distortion on your images. But you have to evaluate that visually anyway. Also very commonly bought is an IT8, but for scanners, and it's also very often used for transmissive material, so not so much for reflective material, but it is basically a color chart with a lot of colors. Also not intended for cultural heritage digitization. All of those targets are not specifically made for cultural heritage digitization. They came to life because of other branches, other economies, not because of cultural heritage digitization. Lots of those came from the printing industry. Packaging printing, for example, has a lot of need for color accuracy. Which color is my paper box? And it has to be always the same color. But they also have a completely different need and a completely different tolerance. So they have been around for a long time. And because there was nothing else on the market, also the older FETCHI guidelines, like 2010, 2016, recognize that they are there. And the Metamorphose guidelines have them actually incorporated in the guidelines. Metamorphose 2012 has incorporated the color checker, digital SG, QA62, QA2, and the TIFF and grayscales as targets to comply with Metamorphose guidelines. But also it means you have to have a lot of different targets in a sequence where you shoot all the targets, then you have to analyze all the targets, and basically you need for every target a different kind of software to analyze it, which means it's kind of a lot of time before you know if your system is actually complying to anything that you want. People did recognize that this is kind of not very efficient use of time on people, so very early in the days, in the 2005 to 10 years, there was this need for a multi-pattern charts, and 2 of those came out before the ISO standard was born. The FETCHI guidelines 2016 talked about the DICE target that was developed with research from the Library of Congress. DICE target is the name that is used by FETCHI, and it's used by the Library of Congress. The commercial version of DICE is the golden thread target, the old golden thread target. It was developed by Image Science Associates, the DICE target, but also the golden thread target, of course, because it's exactly the same, and the software that goes along with it. So that was the multi-pattern chart that the Americans did, and in Europe, around the same time, there was the same idea. Sometimes that happens all over the world, we all have the same idea, and there comes out a different result. In Europe, the UTT came to life. Also a multi-pattern chart. Was developed in Germany. There is no non-commercial version. There was a lot of research done, a lot of testing done, and basically there is only one commercial product available that is exactly the same, and that is still the UTT. And it's sold, and it was engineered and developed by Image Engineering, and you can buy it at Image Engineering and every other reseller that is actually reselling them. But those two targets, the Fetchy golden thread target and the UTT target, were really developed for use in cultural heritage. So they have thought about what do we need as a field and how to make the workflow efficient, because it's very inefficient to make a lot of targets, to analyze with a lot of software, to put a lot of time and effort in actually controlling my imaging system. This is still the same thing. We are not talking about what the one image that we are shooting, we are talking about the imaging system. So if you take an hour every morning to monitor your system, well, it takes a lot of time. If you do that 3-4 times a day, you lose a lot of working hours from a person. So a multi-pattern chart really, really helps our workflow. It makes it way more efficient, and that's why there was a need for multi-pattern charts and software that can analyze it. So now we are talking about a few minutes, maybe 50 minutes, and you know if your system works or does not work. I have seen vendors that are actually, and not only seen, I've experienced it, that have done this, and they have monitoring workflows in the morning that take 7 seconds to shoot and 5 seconds to analyze, and they know within a minute if they can use the system, which is kind of super crazy, and not everybody can do that, but they have optimized their workflow as much. 1 minute, go or no go. And that's great. That's exactly what you actually want, efficiency. So those are the two targets that came first. Let's put it this way. Then you have the calibration still done with the digital color checker SG, because the digital color checker SG was long time around, the only real color target where you have a lot of colors where you can build a profile on. So what did they do? They also thought about, this is not exactly building on cultural heritage colors. So the color schema that we are facing in libraries and in archives is different than what is available, because the digital color checker SG also was not made for cultural heritage. But here is the thing about museums. Museums always have a different kind of collection, and not all of their objects are also within the range that we normally encounter in colors in a library or in an archive. So there will never be a target for every object, but we can cover a lot of objects, especially in libraries and archives, with a color target that is made for those colors. And there was another research done, and the research was presented in 2017 to the world, and there came another target out of it, and it's the DTD-NGT, Phi2. Well, okay, in 2017 it was Phi1, of course, version 1. Now it's version 2. It's the next generation target. That's what it's called. It's a color target. It's a completely different kind of material than an X-ray color checker. I will show all of those targets later on, so you can also have a visual with that. But it was basically really made for cultural heritage, to enclose all the colors that we encounter most of the time. So it's not a monitoring target, it's a calibration target, but it's very useful to actually teach our systems how we look at color. What colors are we encountering? So 2017 was also the ISO standard. coming to life, and the UTT target was already existing. The UTT target, as we've seen yesterday, is also incorporated as an example for a multi-pattern chart in the ISO standard. So there you go. Here the UTT you can use also for the ISO standard, but the golden thread target, the old one, well, did not adhere to the same test chart requirements that are in the ISO standard. So America said, well, we want to use the ISO standard and incorporate that too, but the target that we have means FETCHI 2016. So we need a new target. Well, there you go. Lots of money for research, so they did another research, and there you go, you got another target. Now, available commercially is the FETCHI 19264-1 target, which is the newest version of the golden thread target. It still goes on a golden thread. You can still buy it at the same companies, but it's a really completely new target. This is a multi-pattern chart that is adhering to the test chart requirements of the ISO standard. So, was also, of course, created especially for our field, because, well, the ISO standard is especially for our field, and it adheres to this standard. So you have now a choice to actually use targets that are specially created and made for us with research that backs the data up that we find in there. And the reference colors and everything like that. And we can relate it back to an ISO standard or to the FETCHI guidelines. Of course, and we have to be aware, it costs money to buy all this stuff. Not everybody can always spend a lot of money. And I want to cite Peter Burns and Don Williams on that. To do something is better than nothing, and to have something with your reference, with your image, is better than nothing, because otherwise you don't even know what the white balance is. So if there's nothing else available, which I would not suggest, but let's see, if there is a blackout situation, use at least something white, black, and gray to at least see how your light is distributed, how your actual OECF could go. Very, very Stone Agey, but if there's nothing else available, it is used. I know of cases where it is used, just not on this continent. The beauty of buying targets that are actually adhering to a standard is, of course, you can just intercross. Does it work? Does it not work? It's a no or it's a go. It also costs money one time, and you don't need to spend money every time because they last pretty long. Of course, said so, people are mistreating targets, so you will have to exchange them sometimes, but not too often. They are pretty robust, so it's a very good investment in your time that you save by not having 5 different targets, 5 different analyses. You will be able to do more in a day, and they will last for a longer time, but please treat them right. And with that, before we look at the whole things on the internet, to see what the visuals go with that, I would say coffee break.
Yes, I agree.
Well, there we go again. Now that we have discussed what all the targets could be or how they came to life, let's take a look on how they look actually when you see them. A selection here on those slides, they are maybe tiny, we can still look them up on the internet. All of those images are taken from the respective vendor site, so if we want to buy them at the vendor site, you will see those images. Things that I've talked about before. Yes, I'm moving. Oh, wow. Grayscale. Tiffen grayscale, basically same as the Kodak grayscale. It just says here Tiffen, but then you can have Kodak in here, and that's the older version basically. It has patch A until 20, from white to black, and it normally comes together with this. That's the Kodak color chart. That is also here, where you see the Kodak name on it, color control patches. Basically, they are exactly the same, only the name changed. And you see here only like real bright colors, blue, green, yellow, red, and a little bit black to white or white to black. So you have a ruler in here, which is nice. Most people like it as a reference target because then you have a reference for the scale in here, but it's not measured. It can be produced in any kind of range of threshold. So yeah, very cheap, very easy, and it's been around for a long time. Then we've seen yesterday the bigger version of the Color Checker Classic. Looks like this, very big patches, production threshold way higher than for Cultural Heritage. Not so many colors, and here is the smaller version that you can have in an etui, where you can open and close it. It stands very nicely, but basically it's the same thing. You can also get it as a mini color checker without the second one, and then people are always using it as a reference chart also, to have some color chart in there, and to use the little scale here. Digital Color Checker SG, like I also showed yesterday, 140 patches distributed around a grayscale in the middle, and is, well, with white and black patches here. Little scale, little too tiny for my taste, because, well, why only 6 centimeters if you have like 15 around? Then you have here, well, here above, the QA62, the very expensive one that we talked about. IT8, that's the one that people are using for transmissive material scanner color characterization. What a difficult word. Lots of colors, and in a different kind as the classical color checkers that we know of. Lots of neutrals. They come in a very glossy paper, well, photographic print paper, basically. So it has its usages, but also has not a lot of usages in the cultural heritage field. This is way more common. Then also kind of the old ways. This is the QA2 geometric target, where you can actually see, well, you can't see because it's very small maybe, but I will tell you, those are resolution lines for people that can actually see the numbers and the resolution line pairs on there. This is not something a software would analyze for you. It has some metrics here that you can actually measure, like an A3 or an A2 size of a target. And especially the geometric distortion is in the little patterns. There you can see barrel and cushion distortions. So those are the kind of old targets that were not produced specifically for cultural heritage. And then we go to the other targets that are really made for our field, really researched for us. UTT, this is a size A3. It has a multi-pattern chart, and the multi-pattern includes scan lines for banding, and I'm not sure I'm losing my microphone here. Okay. It has a ruler. It has the resolution target. It has here exactly the same resolution lines and pairs that are here. So human readable, let's put it this way, and machine readable slanted edges. So these features are the same as the ones over there, and a UTT target has in an A3 size. So per A3 size, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those resolution targets. SFR slanted edges. It's always the same. Some people say resolution target, some people say SFR target, some people say slanted edges. What they mean is basically this rectangle with a slanted edged rectangle in it, in 2 different color shades. And the software can analyze from there all the features that go with the resolution parameters in the ISO and FACI standard. FACI guideline, ISO standard. It has grayscales, white to black, evenly distributed L star 5 values apart. So L star 95 to L star 5 approximately. Theoretical values, production values will always differ. But the beauty about this, you can get it with measurements, so you know exactly which one is. There will be 4 grayscales in each A3 size UTT target. So if you get an A2 size target, you will have 18 of those and 8 of those. If you have a 1 size, which means 4 times A3, you have 4 times 9, 36 of those, and 4 times 4, 16 of those. And so on and so forth, of course. It will also have some color in there, but that's not all the colors that you would find here. It's just a little bit of colors. The UTT target is a classic device-level monitoring target. It is not a calibration target for color profiling. Absolutely not. It's not made for color profiling. It was never intended for color profiling. It is a misconception that people have that you can do a color profile with that. It's absolutely not intended for that. For color profiling, you need another target. Normally, it was always done with this target, color profile, and then do the rest of the calibration and the monitoring with that. But the color profile should be from a color target, not from the UTT. People have used that and wondered why the color was not so great. Well, that's because it was never intended to be used that way. It is used, and it was intended to use a monitoring of the color performance, and that's what it does perfectly, basically. It has a grid in white and gray, which gives you 2 things, illumination and distortion. And it also has this thing in here, incorporated, which if you take it out, well, you can't, but you can buy actually other ones that are only this, give you the same features, and that are the reference targets, so the scan reference chart. Scan reference chart, SRC, UTT, one environment, they go together. Golden thread doesn't go with the SRC, golden thread goes with the object level family target from golden thread. So, I don't have an old golden thread on this slide, but I do have a new golden thread target on this slide, and that's this one. This is a FACI 19264 golden thread new version, and it's also a multi-pattern chart target, like they all are. It comes in one size, period, point. You can only buy it in one size. It's approximately A4. It has the same feature with the banding. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slanted edges. And you will see that you have here complete rectangles, and here you have only smaller ones. It doesn't matter for the software and analysis. That is fine too, so there is no difference in there. It does have a grayscale with patches and a grayscale with, without patches, but with a grading white to black bar. It does have a gray background, which gives you also illumination. It does have little dots here that give you also geometric distortions. And as you will see, it has a lot of color in there. Really a lot of color. 140 patches of color. This color is very interesting because the color in here can be used for color profiling. It was not intended in the first place, but it came out that there is a good chance that you get exactly the same color profile as you would with a color target that you can buy extra, because they're actually the same colors, like here. And this one is the next generation target. This is version 2, DNGT version 2. This one was specifically made and researched for cultural heritage color profile making instead of this one. It's completely differently arranged, but it doesn't really matter because for the software it doesn't matter where which color is. It has still all the features. It has a grayscale in there. You will see that here are a lot of patches in black, gray, and white that you don't find surrounding here. You will only have 4 white points, which is basically a good starting point for any color profiling software. You will also see that the bright normal colors like green, red, blue, yellow, and all this stuff is here in the middle, and the other colors are researched for cultural heritage usage. So a lot of those shades will be found in the originals that we have normally in our collection. Same colors and same amount of colors will be in here. So you can actually do more color profiling with that. This is really only for monitoring. So this is the big difference. There's also another big difference between those two targets. This one that we do and that we yesterday saw comes with a, well, quite flexible back. It's not really very stable in the sense that you can actually change a little bit. It's a very hard plastic, but well, it's not metal. This here is metal. It comes with a metal base. And I've always told people that are actually creating those targets, why are you using metal? Well, it's very stable, they say. You can put it everywhere and it won't change. It will not change in, it doesn't wiggle, it doesn't make waves, anything like that. It does, well, get a better performance over the lifespan of a target. Okay, I say great, but have you ever tried to put it underneath glass? Because it will scratch my glass, and my glass I need for my digitization. So they were like, huh? Why would I do that? I'm like, well, because most of the times we are putting things under glass, put the glass on it, and then do the digitization. Well, the object is underneath there. And I don't want to destroy my glass just because I have a target in there. So it was like, oh, but they are not doing that. So there's a big difference in how we approach digitization. In Europe, we are very much used to doing it underneath glass. In America, they're not used to doing it under glass. They are actually doing a lot of things above glass, which does mean they don't care if this is a metal base or not, and we do care. So at this moment in time, smart people are thinking how to fix my problem with the glass and the metal, at least for this target, for this one. There is another difference between those two, besides that this one only comes in one size, and this comes in pretty much every size that you want. This is mounted on metal too. So a monitoring target, okay, a calibration target I'm doing once, and then whenever I'm changing really significant things. So not that often. I could create maybe a workaround. I don't want to because I'm lazy. I want to buy it and just use it. But yeah, I could. I could create a workaround for that because I'm not using it too often. This one is a device level monitoring target I will put on my machine every day, every session. So the metal here is more likely to scratch my glass pattern, and this is something I want to avoid, because scratches on the glass I will see in each image that I will digitize. Not really a cool idea. Have not found a solution yet. Have been talking to the people who are actually producing that to think about how they will change that. So if you want to use that and you use glass, be aware you have to find a workaround how to actually get your glass not scratched. And also, how do you actually see your whole A1-sized machine, for example, if you only put this on it? Because this is only A4. So either you need more, which means a lot of cost, or you need to make 5 different places in order to cover the whole thing. Where here you just buy an A1 size target. So basically, and no endorsement, everything can be done, but it's something you need to think about for your own institution. Either you see only the A4 size in the middle of the machine, or you have more than one, and you make one shot and you have 5 different analyses, or you make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as much as you need to cover the whole thing, and make an analysis of that each time, of course. Or you buy one of those in the right size of your machine and put it through the software. I will say, this is if you have it measured and bound and debound, which is a kind of strong plasticky thing, it first of all doesn't scratch your glass, and it's, in euros at least, cheaper to buy an A1 size UTT than to buy 5 Fetchy 19264 targets. It's just a price thing. But both things are completely possible, and they work with an ISO standard or with the Fetchy guidelines. To say that, while you can actually measure those to the Fetchy guidelines, this is basically the way to go for the Fetchy guidelines, because then you are in the complete environment of Fetchy with the right software, with the right target, with the right parameters. If you have that, you are not able to actually say, my specification is Fetchy 1, 2, 3, then you would need to calculate in the software to an ISO standard and then see what the difference are exactly for yourself. Well, you do that once or twice, maybe 3 times, but in the end you will know that by heart, so you will have no problems, but it takes a little bit more effort to make it happen. So, because it was very small and everything like that, let's take a look at the internet for that and see how that actually works. Over here, I have basically one image, a real image actually. It's really like it happens when you would go digitizing, of an A2-sized UTT target, which means you have a lot of features in there. and everything that I require has a black border, so you see that there is a black border from the background of the machine around the whole target, because I'm not a trustworthy person. I want to see that actually the whole object is there, so I don't let them crop on the objects itself. It has all the features that it has in an A3 target, and I'm not sure that, we can see that, but this here in the middle would be the scan reference chart. And it's in every A3 size, you will see it in there. What's also interesting to note is that, and you can't see that on the projector, I know, but you might see a little shadow over here, and there's also a shadow over here at the grayscale, between the grayscale and the grid, and here between the resolution target and the grid. That appears, and it's completely normal, because there is not one flat thing. It's actually 3 different printing methods incorporated in one target. So there's the base is covered with the target that is printed, but the print method is not, let's say, good enough, I don't know how to otherwise put it, to actually print the resolution slanted edge targets in the quality that you need to assess a machine. And the same goes for the blackness of the black and the grayscale. To make it neutral, they need another printing method. So those features are printed different ways. Those 9 and those 4 for each A3 target size are printed different ways, and then they are cut and put and mounted on the UTT target. So it's not a completely flat target, and you will always see in a real image, like this one is, that you will have, according to where your lights come from, of course, some shadow. That is completely normal, it's completely valid, it's no problem at all, and the software doesn't care about it with the analysis. But when you are assessing an image of a target, and you wonder why all these reflections are there or shadows are there, well, then I always suggest to people that I train or that I have in my staff, in my team, take a look at the original. It will tell you it's not flat. So of course you will see that, because we will see each detail that we have on the original when we are actually digitizing to such a high quality that we want. So this is how the target looks when it's done. Looks not too bad. I have another image that I brought with me from an A3 size target. So you can really, they really exist in all different sizes. I do own in all different sizes. Several of them, they have serial numbers when they are measured. So each patch here and each patch here has a specific known value, which is great, because I can actually tell the software that is analyzing it, this very patch has this value. And when I take the image, what value does it have? And does it go within the threshold of a FETI 3-star or an ISO level 8? The software can tell that for me, and I'm actually comparing something known to something measured, which is great, because I can't do that for the original, because otherwise I would need to measure all my originals, and well, we don't have time for that. So this is a classic device level target, device level being the imaging system. That's also why we are not talking about the image of the original, because the original will always change. And most of the times an operator does not even know what the next original will be. It might be always paper, but paper differs. The color differs, The thickness differs, everything differs. So we cannot say, okay, this is exactly what it should be, exactly the value that it has in the original, but we can assess the imaging system, the quality of the imaging system, with known values. Very important. They are a little bit more expensive if they are measured, but worthwhile, absolutely worthwhile to buy. Of course, those are not measured because the software will calculate based on the image what the SFR is and everything like that. The interesting thing that is on this picture is something that we talked yesterday about, and that's the reference chart. This is a normal reference chart that is already incorporated in the target. This is one that is actually apart. So I would do this and put my original here, no matter what original it is, and have this reference target with each image. And each of those gives me two distinct things. I can say something about the quality of the exact image that I'm talking about, like the one thing that I have here. What's the quality? I can measure the scale here. I have a grayscale, and you can also buy them measured, so you actually know what kind of values are in there. I can know the color values from the strong colors, the near neutrals, and I also have a resolution target in there, which means I can assess the resolution of each image if I have a reference chart in there, which is kind of great. And for making it easy, it also has these arrows on there to say, well, where should the original be? Because when you have the software for it and you have the targets, you can load all your images of the session with a reference target in the software, press a button, and the software will actually calculate for you if the scan reference charts are within the threshold, which says a lot more about your actual image than only the image quality analysis, imaging system quality analysis, sorry. So they go together, they play together very nicely, also in the software, and the software can do a lot of things automated for you. Also, the reference chart, in this case, because, well, the space was limited on this system, I have here. I can also have it here, or here, or here. The beauty of the software that goes with it, the software will recognize it by itself. I don't need to have it on the same place all the time. The software will actually look in the picture for this reference chart and will find it and measure it. And it really works. I've tested that. So there are some things that you need to recognize, of course, when you are doing reference charts with unknown originals. And unknown meaning I don't know exactly the value of each thing. If you have a bright white covering the whole of your equipment size, that will influence, of course, also the values of the target here. So if somebody like me, for example, would be the operator, it's also influencing everything. Probably would be okay with the big target, but because the reference target is actually on the side where I'm sitting or where I'm standing, I would influence the outcome of the target values. Why? Any ideas?
Because of the light refractions from that are reflecting from you.
But I'm so nicely black. There's no light reflection from my clothes. I'm pretty nicely non-reflective. Yes.
It's just my best guess. I don't know, but maybe because of the metering of light, when the the smaller target is sitting on the edge, it might produce some different results than what would you get from the center of the image, perhaps?
Well, that would be very generic. What's the problem with me being the operator here? No? My hair color. I have green hair. I'm a very, very bad operator. As soon as I lean in, it will get a green shadow. So don't allow operators to have very colored hair. That's the thing here. Here, I'm very neutral. I'm black, black, black. Doesn't matter really much. The pink one, would not want that. Yellowish, would not want that. Very neutral, close. My hair color is always preventing me from doing digitization myself, which is good for me, because I can tell other people to do it. But still, it's something you have to be aware of. If your scan reference chart suddenly goes greenish or reddish or has a color cast on it, it could mean that your operator was actually doing something or wearing something that was influencing the thing. So either the original can influence the scan reference chart, but also the person that is sitting behind the machine can influence the reference chart. So when you see completely off the tolerances in your measurements, and you think, oh my God, this is completely wrong, well, go take a look. And if you see something, and you see green, and you remember, hey, your operator also had green hair, that might be the solution to your problem. Tell the operator to just lean back, or change the operator. Or change the operator's hair color, which wouldn't be wise with me, but anyway. So that was a little bit of an excursion into that. Anything very white, very overshining, overpowering. So when I have light, too much light, and then the reflections from the light, of course, that will also influence it. Being as neutral as possible with an operator, and to make sure not to lean in whenever you press the button, because then you will see that the operator's head will be in there, of course. All those little things can influence a measurement of a target, because while I do know exactly what the original of the scan reference chart, which patch has what value, the software does know that. The software is blind to all these kind of things from the outside. It just measured what it is there, but it does not tell you why it is there. And that's something you need to know when you are actually doing that. With the big targets, you normally don't have that big of a problem. Either it's really obvious, or you see exactly what's the problem. With the scan reference chart, because you have so many different objects there, it can be very tricky to find out why it falls out of the tolerances. So, then, let's see. We did not had the chance to see the old golden thread target, but here it is. And I'm using the actual websites from the people that created them, that are selling them. So this is all live on the internet. This is nothing that I'm making up. There's no screenshots. It's really live on the internet. Golden thread target, the old version, multi-pattern chart, but not as multi-pattern as we saw in the 19264 Fedgy target. Size is the same, basically. It comes with a rigid base or a flexible base. Rigid base being metal, again. And the flexible base, with paper leather suitable for folded transport. For sheet feeders, most of the times you don't even use that, because we want the rigid bases. They do have passports with a booklet, basically, that is suitable for free shapes. for this target. So they only come in one size, also approximately A4. You can't get them any bigger, but you can buy a booklet, which means there is a book with 2 of those on each side, which you can open, put in a V shape, and they also have satellite slanted edges. Satellite slanted edges because they only cover the middle. They don't cover the edges of a whole A2 size, for example, or A3 even. So you have a little bit of color with theoretical values. You have a grayscale here. You have some reference points for the software, and you have the slanted edges. And you only have 5. Well, on the other side, you have 5. This is more than you have with only one of the QA62. So this is the old version that was used for FATCI 2010, 2016. It's still used and sold. And you see also it's a device level target. It says something about the imaging system. It also says DICE, because it was researched and came to life as DICE target, and the commercial version is Golden Thread. Not the cheapest target, I admit, but it's not too much. If you buy 5 QA62 plus a color checker, you already have the same price. So there you go. The software that comes with it, or goes with it, is Golden Thread. It actually does not come with a CD anymore. You can just download it and get a code and everything's fine. So this is a nice package, but it doesn't really come that way anymore. It is a software, and it has a target that you can see here, and an object level target, a small version in here. So the Golden Thread target system, it goes together. I have to say, you can't use Golden Thread with another software, except for one. That is actually the DICE software, and it's called OpenDICE. So you can buy Golden Thread target and Golden Thread software. Those two play very, very well together. They are made for each other. Match made in heaven. It's a very expensive match made in heaven, but it's really worth it. Because it's very user-friendly. You put the target in there, and the software tells you, go, no go. Great. So let's see. This would be the device level target. This would be an object level target like I had before, the scan reference chart, just the one that goes with this system. Goes exactly the same way, basically. It has a measurement scale, it has a resolution target, it has a grayscale, it has some color, and it has also known values. Those object level targets come for FATCI, for the Golden Thread software, in very small, middle-sized, and bigger-sized. And in the UTT realm, it comes in small and extended. Or they call it standard and extended, but anyway. So how does it look when we look at the software? Well, the software basically is pretty simple, and it's something that all the software has in common. You open the image, you have a pass-fail summary, and you have to click some things. It's always the same click order, so once you know your software, doesn't matter which one it is, but there is a certain click order that you have to follow to get to this result. And it's always the same. I'm always telling new people or photographers, you have to click this, 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 and then you come to the result. And then I'm working from home, for example, and somebody calls me, I don't get a result. And I'm like, well, did you click, 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 or did you not click that and click that? Well, I did not click that. Okay, then you have to click that. I know it by heart. It's just muscle memory for me where I have to click. So if you're doing this once a day, I can guarantee you within a week, you are not even thinking which buttons you're clicking. You're just clicking. you know exactly where to click, and you will get this result, which makes it easy because it says go, no go. And the go, no go is here in color, and I hope you can at least see the difference. It's green and red means, well, not so great. If your system is a go, it should be all green. Well, it says a lot of things that it can do. This is how some things can be sorted, just so you know. You can get numbers, like I said yesterday, but you can also get graphs, which is something that we have in the ISO standard by reporting back the result. The numbers are one way and the graphs are another way. This software has already incorporated it. Also, the UTT software has also incorporated it. You can get graphs, you can get numbers, depends on what actually you like better to see and to interpret. Or graphs like this, of course. Well, basically, that is the Golden Thread software that comes with a certain price. And it only works with this target. Well, it does not only work with this target, but this target only works with that software.
I just wanted to share a very funny and interesting fun fact, because we probably all know that object-level targets come in 3 sizes, both on a rigid and flexible base. So have you ever seen any object-level target, the smallest one,
Yeah.
on a flexible basis?
From Golden Thread?
Yeah.
No.
Because there's only one such target, and it's here in Warsaw at the National Digital Archives. And it's actually confirmed by the manufacturer, by Image Science Associates, that the smallest object-level target, flexible, is here in the National Digital Archives in Warsaw. Thank you.
That's an interesting fun fact indeed. I will bug this person in June to tell him that I want one too. Thanks for that knowledge here. Well, to say something about the object-level targets from Golden Thread, there is a whole family, that's how they call it, the family of object-level targets. It's very small, well, normally sized and really big. So if you have really big objects, then it makes no sense to put a small, tiny target in there in the image. Take the bigger one. What do we have here? Well, it comes in a nice case, so you can store them away pretty safely, not to scratch everything. And that's how they look close up. And they are all signed by a person, and the person is always the same. And that's basically what it is. But the funny part is the person is American, and he made an effort to put a centimeter scale in it too, because, well, they always do anything in inches, and well, that's a pain to calculate, so you get a scale in centimeters too, which is something that I thanked him very dearly for. The whole family, if you buy it, costs some money, but they last quite long. That's the beauty of it. And you can, buy as many as you want, buy as many as you need. Different prices, different things, with cases, without cases. If you buy the software, you will get one for free, because it's included in the now not CD case. And this object-level targets, and that's something very important to state maybe, they are indifferent if you use FATCI, the ISO standard, or nothing at all. They work with everything. You just need software to actually read and measure them. If you want something to state about them that you can't see with your eyes, because, well, you can see here some line pairs, the real slanted edge measurements, you can't do visually. So that is to go with your originals. That's the software. How the software works, that's the target, that's the object level targets, and then let's just move on to the new one. So the object level target is basically something that works with the old one, works with the new one, works with nothing at all. But if you want a device level target, a new one that works with the ISO standard with FADGI 2023, this is the way to go. This is a FADGI 19264 target, and its price, it is a little bit more expensive than the old version, but it comes with way more features. The old version is not compatible with FADGI 2023. So if you're using the old golden thread target, you will not be able to adhere to FADGI 2023. If you are changing for FADGI 2023, if you want to implement that, you basically need that new target for it. Also, if you're implementing the ISO standard, you need one of the targets that adheres to the test chart requirements, and that's at this moment commercially available, the UTT plus this target. Both work, it's a decision you make, and as I said yesterday, the test chart requirements are in the ISO standard. You can always opt to make your own target if you find that is the best option for your institution. This one comes measured, of course. Everything will be measured, and the measurement is hidden in the QR code. So for that, and that's a little bit of a bummer, if you had golden thread, the target, and golden thread, the software, unfortunately, you need a new software too. So you need either an upgrade, so you get a target plus the upgrade, or you need to buy the golden thread NXT software itself. So the golden thread next, but we skip the E because, well, they are as creative as I am with brand naming. And that's the software that will actually give you the results for the new FADGI 19264 target. So this is what the software is. And here it states also it creates color profiles. So they call it a one-stop shop, which means you don't need to buy anything else, which is, of course, a selling argument for it. That doesn't sound so much or look so much different as the other version, but actually what changed really much is the algorithms behind it, the math behind it, is now conforming to the ISO standard, of course. So this is how the software actually sees this target, which is kind of interesting. So you see here the regions of interest, all the patches, all the green things are actually measured by the software when you click Start. And you can do a lot of settings, of course. You can make color profiles with it. You have, of course, graphs with thresholds, lots of data that you can get out of this target to see if it's good or not good. And also what you have here is a very interesting thing. It tells you something about the star level that you reach with your device, with your target. It calculates really almost everything by itself. It finds everything by itself. And with the QR code, it actually knows what reference data all these patches are that you saw in the region of interest. This would be an SFR curve measurement. You see on this side how much sampling efficiency you have in your channels, and also here how the curve would be plotted, if you like it or if you don't like it, and a summary display, which is basically the one thing that we all interested in. Is it good or is it not good? It's a go or it's no go. And there you see green with star levels. And in this case, this would be 100% fudgy 4-star, 4-star. And the sampling efficiency is only 52% 4-star and 24% 3-star. So a common question when you use this system is, well, what does that mean exactly? And then you have to call down Williams and he will tell you, well, that depends. And then we have a completely different discussion about what the machine actually can do and cannot do. It's always very funny, by the way. If you ever have the chance to have a conversation with him, absolutely recommend it. So, but this is the new software that goes with the target. And here are some mechanics background for this target. So, as I said, it's an A4 size. So for the price that you pay, it's a 1 millimeter tempered steel plate, which is glass and metal. I'm still not really convinced, but well, who knows, maybe they change it. I will bring up the topic anyway again. It has a QR code and OCR serial number, so everybody can read. Machine vision detected features a semi-gloss paper, which is kind of an interesting thing for a lot of things. Semi-gloss is also the version that the digital color checker SG is, for example. The UTT is not semi-gloss, it's a glossy target. Subsurface color inserts is a very interesting thing. I don't know if you all know what that means. I will tell you anyway. It means that, like I said, with the UTT target, it's not flat. This one is also not flat. But instead of having something mounted on, there is mounted in. So those are holes, and the color patches are put in there. They're sunken in the target, which is kind of a funny view if you see it in real flash. And they have mounted, then again, because also their printing was not good enough for the SFR features. Those slanted edge targets are mounted on the target. So it's also not flat. It has sunken features and mounted features, which also means something for when you see it in an image, there will be some shadows depending on where your light comes from. Well, there are a lot of colors, 168 unique color patches suitable for creating ICC profiles. So here it's stated definitely that you can use this target for color profiling. And the software that goes with it can actually create the color profiles. So you would only need the two together to make both things happen. Well, those are some technical things about the gamut compare for people that are interested in L scales, resolution, extras, everything like that. So it has really a lot of features. But as I said before, comes at a price. Comes at a price with an upgrade. And if we are looking at maybe only the software itself, golden thread next, here we go. If you don't have the software already, so you don't upgrade an old version, this is the price you currently pay for the software itself. Well, it states basically in the name, it's a FACI 19264 target. It's the golden thread next software that comes with it. It also works and plays very nicely with FACI 2023. Well, it's one environment that you can choose. You can also use this target plus not really software with the ISO target. Thing is, if you use this software, it will have a legend based on the star level of fudgy. So you would need to recalculate what it means for the ISO standard. You can do that, as you can vice versa with the UTT, but it takes a little bit more effort to do it. So if you are choosing for a very easy option, fetchy, 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 then you use it within one environment. The same goes for if you use ISO and UTT, you're using ISO UTT IQ, and then you have the same environment and everything plays nicely together. They can be exchanged, but it takes a little bit more effort and more knowledge about it. Talking about the UTT. The UTT comes, like I said, in different sizes. It is available in measured and unmeasured and a mounted or an unmounted version. Unmounted version is basically you can roll the paper up and store it away like a poster. Not really recommended, to be honest. This makes not a lot of sense because it breaks, it gets cracks and everything like that. It's not very good use of a target that is actually pretty expensive. Unfortunately, you can't buy it at this moment in time. You have to contact sales in order to order them, so I can't show you the current prices for that, but it's depending very much on the size of the target. I think a 0 size, which is the biggest one that they had sold, measured, and mounted, is around 3,400 euros. And everything smaller is, of course, cheaper. So this would be a device-level target that plays very nicely with the ISO standard, of course. This would be the same kind of idea as the object-level target family from Golden Thread. It's a SRC, in short, scan reference chart. Same features, like I said before, you can also buy them. They cost, of course, mounted and measured, around 230 euro per piece. But you don't need a lot of them. And they come in 2 sizes only, in 200 by 21 and 245 by 23 millimeters. It does not come with a really big one like the Golden Thread does. So the software that goes with that was, or is, actually the IQ Analyzer. The IQ Analyzer in its version, current version X. This is a screenshot from the old version, version 6. It was pretty neat. You had, well, you still have a dongle, so a USB thingy that you need in your computer. Without that, the software will not start. You have different chart layouts in different categories. You choose the chart that you need. In our case, that would be the UTT. You tell it, this is my chart layout, A0 size, A1 size, A2 size, something like that. You say what reference data is there because you want them, of course, measured. And you have them in the reference data in the software. So you choose the serial number. You say which specifications do you want, ISO level A, B, C, something else. It even allows you to write your own. If you feel very creative, for example, you can do that. But basically, everybody forgets something in there, and so it's not exactly easy. And, well, why would I do that? But sometimes, for one really, really odd occasion, you might want to do that. You can do that, and you can actually load them in the IQ Analyzer. Well, and then you load the picture, you say start, and then you wait. And there is this, go, no go, it's green or red. It's basically even easier than the Fetchy one because it has 7 lines for the UTT, 7 chapters, let's call it that. It says, well, here, resolution, tonal reproduction, color, distortion, lines. I'm forgetting something. But everything, it says a line and it says a really big icon, and the big icon can do two things. It says green or red, and that's it. It's go, no go. It's very easy if you're using staff, for example, that is pretty new to the field that you want to train, or if you have external vendors you can agree on, as long as everything on the overview is green, it's a go for the production. You don't need to do more. So that's the very easy option. Version 6 of the IQ Analyzer is not longer supported. You can't buy it anymore, you can't download it anymore. It was a very, very stable version. I've been using all kinds of versions of this software up to version 6. Changed very little, maybe in appearance a bit, but the math behind it was always the same. Basically, the most complaint was from everybody, it takes so long to start. That was due to the programming code language that they used. It took like a coffee to start, and once it's there, don't close it, because then you have to wait another coffee to actually start it again. But that was completely okay. They have changed that. They have absolutely changed everything, and now you have the newest version, IQ Analyzer X. You can request a free demo version if you want to play around with it. If you have a UTT target, for example, there is a free version available, so you don't have to buy it. The X stands for 10, but well, from 6 to 10, I don't know why they chose it. Basically, the whole programming language behind it did change. It also changed the appearance a lot, because you see a lot more in one screen. The graph, the numbers, all the specifications, and you have another thing here. So it's really a lot of information that you have to get used to if you ever had the old software. This one is a little bit, whoa, what's happening here? You have to dive into it to actually know what it's actually telling you. It's a little bit more challenging for all users. So it does basically the same thing as the Golden Thread Next software does, without making color profiles. It can give you all kinds of target analysis, no matter which target you throw in there, basically, except for the fetchy targets, of course. It has some price on it, and you can choose. There is a free version or the professional version. The professional version has a one-time investment that you think, ooh, it's a nice price. It's a little bit more expensive, not very much expensive, very much more expensive than the generation, well, Golden Thread Next target software. But with this software, you can measure all targets, like also color checker SG, other targets that you want to put in there, QA62. You don't need the professional version. You need the professional version for one thing, if you have a measured target, because the free version doesn't allow you to load your reference data in it. And that's why I'm not recommending the free version, besides getting used to the software and the whole workflow. If you make the choice to do it, I absolutely recommend to buy the version, because you can use your own individual reference data. So if I have my UTT target with serial number 72, in the free version it will only measure against theoretical data. So I'm in the same problem that maybe my production of my target is just on the edge of the tolerance and I'm falling out, and then all my production will be a no-go, because I'm measuring against the wrong data. So if I have the chance to buy, I will always try to buy the software. It's a one-time investment that you have to do, and then you have the ability to actually store your reference data. Also, it saves results to a database, which means your monitoring task is becoming way more easy because you have a database with all your results in there and you can just do a query on it. So it gives you some extra features that are really interesting. It also gives you the ability to export results, which is something very nice if you ever happen to end up working for me. Because I am always asking my vendors, internally, externally, whoever is working for me in my digitization projects, or for my clients, where I do the quality control, that I get their own measurement results. Why? Because I'm not a trusting person. So whenever they are telling me, well, I was a go, I'm saying, well, my measurement says something else. What exactly did you measure? It has the nice thing that when I see what somebody else measured, I can detect where it went wrong in the workflow. I can say, for example, or I can determine, well, your settings in XYZ were wrong, and that's why we get different results. Or, look at this, you did not cover this space. You did not see that it actually said XYZ to you. So that's for the people that work for me, it's very important to have an export function, for example. There are people that are actually doing this with screenshots, but then you have to screenshot every page, and that would be really much effort. Question is, it might be worth saving time, putting an extra buck in it, and just buy the version. So this is the reason why you could choose to buy the software. It's absolutely not a sound investment if you just want to try it out. If you just want to play around with it to see if it works for your institution, the free version will give you a good idea if this could work. For Fetchy, for the Golden Thread software, you can also request at Image Science Associates for a demo version. It's not guaranteed that you will get one, but you can always ask. You can always ask if you can have a free limited version for like 14 days. And then you can check out if that is something that you can work with, that is familiar for you, that is easy to read. I would definitely recommend, if you want to change or if you want to upgrade from an existing workflow to an ISO Fetchy workflow with those targets, well, you need the targets anyway. So the targets is not the thing that you can bargain on, but try to choose which kind of realm you want to go into. And for the software, definitely try to get some free demo versions before you make a decision. And, little hint in here, don't buy the targets before you do that, because you can always get example images that you can just play around with in the software. I would definitely suggest get some examples, maybe from the software manufacturers. They have example images that they send out with demo versions that you can download, but also maybe you know somebody who already uses a target. So, for example, if you happen to have my email address, I have a lot of target images that you can maybe put through your software if you want to. So you can just get a feeling on how it really works for you, because nothing is worse than having a software and then paying a lot of money for it and not understanding what it says to you. That's really a pain. So get familiar with it, and when you have decided this works better for me, I can read that better, then make a decision and then buy the target, but don't spend all the money before. Or you have too much money, and then, of course, buy everything, and buy the one realm and buy the other realm, which is basically what I'm doing at this moment in time. But that's not because I have so much money, that's because my job actually includes that I have to do benchmarking, which means I have to do both, which is great. I like it. gives me the opportunity to stand here and say, this is what it actually does. Because I'm actually using all the stuff. So, this is for the realms of FACI and UTT ISO standard measurements. The one thing that I'm not exactly sure of is if the next golden thread, so the newest version of the software, is actually capable of using the object level targets in mass, so in batch, if you can load it and just let it measure everything. I know that the IQ Analyzer X does. That's one feature that I have not tested out yet. So I'm sorry, but I cannot make any definite thing for that. So how did I find all this stuff? Yes, of course, I do know how to Google that, because I already know how to spell everything out. So if you want to know anything about the FACI 19264 target, this is exactly what you are feeding your internet search machine, and you will get several hits that you might want to click or not click. The interesting thing here is that you have a reseller that is actually making advertisements, but here you have a very interesting YouTube video. So there's this other thing that I would suggest before you make decisions and before you spend a lot of money. Try to find internet resources that can actually show you how people use it or how it was intended to use. This one is actually, I will just click on it for a second. There's no sound on, or maybe there is. It should not be. Ooh, black magic. Let's not do that. Oh my God, Werbung. Sorry. Okay. So, this thing here means there is a whole video, an hour long, from Don Williams, the person here, where my mouse is, that is telling us about this new target. He is the person who actually did the research. He is the person that actually developed the target. So he is the one person that knows everything about it. If you want to know anything about the background, well, here is a very easy, accessible, free resource to know about it. Don't take my word for it, just try it. You can also find a lot of YouTube videos on digitization on the channel here that actually give you more background on different kinds of targets. Also, the DNGT target, the color profiling target that I was talking about, has also such YouTube videos where the actual researcher, the actual creator of the target is telling about the target and what he can and what he can't do and why he made some decision. So they are really available on the first result page of any internet search, for example. I would recommend to just use some time and dive into it, because it's a big decision that you are making when you change to a certain realm and to a new kind of workflow. Because it involves money, it absolutely involves money, and you shouldn't make the decision lightly, because if you want to change, it will cost you even more money. So it takes maybe an hour or two, and then you have 2 YouTube videos or so, and you can even play them by the side if you're doing something else, if you're just operating a machine, for example. Absolutely worthwhile, and then you know more about it. Same thing goes basically for any other thing that you can think of. If you use UTT target, then it suggests UTT test target, for example. Well, there you go. They even have a real homepage about the universaltesttarget.com, and also you will find immediately the link to where you can buy it. So it's really easy to find, and where you I mean, the internet is very clever. It also states in the images. Here, if you search for the images from the UTT target, I'm suggesting also golden thread dice image engineering calibration. So you get, with one search, basically the whole thing. That was basically what I wanted to say about those two targets and realms. Are there any questions?
So I've got one question. From your point of view, will following 2016 FADGI make any sense in the near future?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you.
I was thinking if I could say more, but
Because I was wondering, should we just throw away our DICE target and upgrade to the more expensive target? Because that will be a quite big expense.
I know this is the million-dollar question. Huh? I can totally see why you would not want to do that. But the question is, what are you actually doing or monitoring with the old FADGI guidelines? Are you adhering to something that's already outdated by the technology, by the research? Yes, you are. Is that what you want? That's a question that you have to answer for yourself. I would answer the question for myself with a no. So I would see, yes, okay, there is this investment, and maybe you can stretch the investment out, but I would say it's no sense to hang on something outdated for the next 5 years. So make a plan.
And I have a question. What kind of target and software will you recommend to recalculate MTF value?
Only MTF?
If I want to check what I have real MTF,
With which target?
which target and software, yes.
Oh. Well, depends. If that's the only thing that you want, the MTF values, then the slanted edges would be enough. But then you, of course, have to see if you need 1 or 5, because if you need 5, you can also get a multi-pattern chart that gives you more information. So in the target price, something around the same thing. But if it's really the only thing that you're interested in, the QA62 would be enough. If you have the QA62 as an only target, then you can use a lot of software from the internet, for example, that is free, that can actually calculate MTF values for you. One very good one is ImCheck, for example. ImCheck. IMCHECK. ImCheck, and it's actually created by Peter Burns. And there is another software that does the MTF calculation very well from somebody in South Africa, and I never remember the name of the software. I can look that up later on. If you want to do anything because of the cost, I think the most expensive really is the target. Because, and here comes the surprise for everybody, you don't definitely need to buy the Golden Thread Next software. If you have a little patience, there will be an updated version of the DICE software, and the DICE software is free for everybody. It's not as visual and easy to click as the Golden Thread Next software, so it's the more user-friendly version, but for a free version, it does exactly the same math, It does exactly the same results, gives the same analysis, and it's free for everybody. So you can install it and you can use it. You just have to play a little bit around with it. And then once you know how to click, then everything will work. And then you get basically the same results out of there. So that is an option that you can do. This free software does a few targets, like the Golden Thread old one, the FETCHI 19264 new one. It also does some SFR targets. Not exactly sure if it does the QA62 itself. So if you have any other slanted edge targets, you can always try it. It does some color checker targets, not all versions that we saw. So you could try that one. It's a free version. Here is the thing with the open source software, of course. Somebody has to maintain it. And that's not something that you can request because somebody has to spend time on it. It's not a company that's behind that. So there might be an update, but we don't know exactly what the time schedule is. Well, when you buy the software, you have exactly the programmers that will be paid to make the new version. So it's something that I'm just telling. There are some updates coming, but we don't know when. So if you want to go this route, you have to be a little bit patient. Any other questions, comments, something else? Well, and I'm just stating that I've already shown a lot of things, and again, no endorsements. You can choose either or. Basically, they all will get you to the goal that you want to achieve. If you pay for it, if you don't pay for it, but be aware when you pay for it, don't spend money on everything because it is a costly endeavor. Just choose before, choose wisely. And there's a lot of resources available on the internet for that. And just to make sure that we have also the one target that rains them all. No, that's not raining them all. But if we want to know the NGT, target, that's so great. Love the internet. So, this is the color target that I have not shown yet. Woo. This is the one color target that actually was created for cultural heritage, which means you are able to make color profiles with it without having the FETCHI 19264 target. This is something that I would recommend buying for calibration. You can calibrate everything with that, scanners, one-shot systems, two-shot systems, everything like that. Everything that needs a color profile, basically, in your realm. You can use different kinds of color profiling software with it. And as I said, it comes in metal. And it comes at a price. Yes, it does. And it's not too cheap, but it does have more precision as a color checker SG, and it comes at several different calibration options. I'm just trying to get to the next picture. This is how it actually looks. Sometimes I don't like this page very much. So it's not a flat target, again, but it's not printed either. Those are actually pigments that are safely sealed in a layer that you can't scratch. This target is basically almost indestructible. It's very nice in the sense that you can actually clean it. All the other targets and cleaning is not so good. If you have a fingerprint on a UTT or a FATCI target, whew, I don't know how you get that off that without damaging the whole thing. This one, oh, just get wiped down everything okay. It even gets with, you get a cleaner fluid with it, and you can just spray it on. It basically works like an ISO monitor where you get this little cleaning kit with it. You get the cleaning kit with that. You can reuse it all the time. It won't scratch. Fingerprints, dust, everything's okay. So that's really the beauty of it, basically. But, well, it does come at a price. It comes with a nice suitcase. Well, that's basically only because it's packaged somehow. And it has to be shipped over from America, so they make sure that nothing goes bad in the flight over. That's how it comes. It really, really looks that way, I can tell you from experience. It really looks that way. And it's glossy, and you might not see it very well, but it is not flat, and that's why you will see also that it has in the picture some different reflections. It works really well with color calibration to make good color profiles even, and that's what it does. Here we have some different options, so that's also explaining the price range. You can have it, well, only the target. You can have a NIST traceable only target, NIST traceable measurement. You can have a target with NIST traceable, and you can have additional reporting options, which is kind of funny. So if we do a target only, then it costs like this. But then you run into the same problem as always. Is your measurement and that what you are referencing to within the tolerances, or do we run into problems? Target with NIST traceable, well, this is the option that I would choose when I have to buy it. Then this is only the reporting, and then you can actually have some additional reporting options that you buy extra. But this is basically the thing that you would buy for calibration of the targets, of the color profiles. Of course, as I said before, don't trust my word on it. There is a description that you can read what you can do. Common uses are also set in there. Color specifications such in the ISO standard 19264, so it does really play within the realm that we are talking about. You can use different kinds of software, Open Dice, Basic Color, Golden Thread, and you can also see visually on hardware calibrated monitors, color accuracy, and so forth, and so forth. So you can read a lot of stuff about it that I'm not telling you now, but also you can actually watch a YouTube video an hour long from the person that actually created it that can tell you everything about it, and you can actually see for yourself if that's something that you want to really use in your workflow. Depending on which kind of realm you're using, the UTT, as I said, does not color profile. So if you are using an UTT workflow, it means you need something for color profiling. This is one option for color profiling. The Digital Color Checker SG is still an option for color profiling. What you do need for color profiling is a color profiling software, or somebody who has that and can make it for you. But the UTT itself will not be enough for color profiling. So those are the options that play nicely with FATCI 2023 and the ISO 19264 regarding the device level targets, and the object level targets, as I mentioned before, do not really care which kind of realm they are in. They just play nicely with everything, even if you're not using any standardization. But you should use standardization, of course. Important thing to think about is when you're buying a target, to make it easy for yourself, you are always buying into a whole realm of things. So while I said you can use the one target with the other software, it will make your life way more difficult than using the software with the target that it was actually meant to play with. So the UTT goes with the IQ analyzer, the FATI 19264 goes with dice or with the open dice, or in the commercial version with golden thread next. And they don't play well in when you cross those. Open dice also, the free version of the FATI 2023 guidelines, software does not play nice with the UTT at all. So while it is a free option for the software, it does not play very nice with the UTT. If you want to make that happen, you have to put in a little bit of effort to get somebody to actually help you get the references in there, because it doesn't play nice with all the reference data, and it doesn't play nice with all the sizes of the UTT, because in America they are used to A4 size things. So the challenge for the software is here way bigger, and because it's open source, somebody has to, of course, program it, and we don't have any handle on that because they are not getting paid to do that. So there is a lot of time that can go down the river in order to get this fixed. Still, it is an option. If you want to do that, just be aware it's not making your life easier. And I think before we are going to change for different things, I just want to recap and have this on the screen after having said everything, and especially made all the decisions. That's basically what I said in the morning. Digitization is a lot of choices, and I like very much making the decisions with it. So you need to decide a lot of things, take in a lot of information, decide what consequence has A or B, and make your choice according to your own institution, to your own needs, and to your own budget and capabilities that you can have. And not everything is possible right now. In this moment, tomorrow, completely agreed with that. I mean, we don't all have the lottery funds in here. So you might want to make a strategy plan from getting from now to, for example, the FATI 2023 realm, where you buy everything and where you have everything. And in the meantime, you have to have a plan how to change it. But once you have the decision, you also have an idea what kind of money you need, what you need to buy, or what you don't need to buy, or what you can exchange for something else. And this really has an impact on your budget. You know what kind of money you would need, and you can see if you can actually get it, or if it's a completely unrealistic thing. But take into account that the first decision you have to make is, what do you actually want to achieve with all of that? If your output is not clear, everything that I've talked about today is completely useless. And that's a very hard word to say. And with that, I would say a happy lunch. Welcome back from lunch break.
Witam ponownie po przerwie na lunch. Mam nadzieję, że lunch był smaczny i jesteśmy gotowi na popołudniową część, aby poznać troszkę więcej informacji, zastanowić się nad niektórymi kwestiami.
Of the standard, the guidelines are, what kind of equipment you can actually buy, how you would come about to buy something, what kind of targets are out there, and with what targets you can actually work with in the new realms of 19264 and FETI 2023. I thought I would put in the afternoon of the last day that we have together something that was not really mentioned on the program, but that might be interesting to see how you can actually change or do something with it in a practical sense of way. So I want to tell you something about, well, something that's my trade, quality control of digitization. Because we have talked a lot about targets, we've talked a lot about standards, and I always said, well, you need to think about X, Y, Z, and something else. And basically about the whole alphabet from A to C, and maybe in a double way. And also because I think this is not the only thing, having an image system analysis, imaging system quality analysis, which is something that the target is. But how would you actually do that in practice? So my trade, or my whole start out in cultural heritage digitization, mass digitization was actually as a quality control officer. I was actually controlling the quality of a mass digitization program. That's why I started, and that's, well, here have I ended today. So I still do this with a lot of joy. I still feel that it's very necessary, and I want to tell you a little bit from those days and from the days that I experienced what helps or what can help. Or what I, in my experience, have seen that people sometimes forget to think about, and also some kind of arguments that I have heard against quality assurance. So it's good to know when you want to set up quality assurance. Well, first of all, let's state the obvious. Once you have decided you want to follow a certain standard with a certain equipment, I've mentioned it yesterday once or twice, and you expect something to happen, you have to control it. As soon as you specify, I want an ISO level B, you have to control that it's actually an ISO level B. Just stating that you want something to happen doesn't make it happen. And that's true for your external contracts with service providers, but it's also true when you're doing it internally in your own team, in your own institution. It does not make any difference if the person or the team that is actually producing the product for you is internal or external. It does not happen by itself. Just because you want a rainbow to appear, it doesn't appear. You have to have certain parameters and you have to check them. So when you're talking about quality assurance, you also need to think about how to set it up to make it efficient, because in mass digitization, everything is about efficiency. And there's another interesting and really big part about mass digitization in cultural heritage. There is no perfection. Even following the FETI guidelines 2023, even following the ISO standard 19264-1, or any other ISO standard for that matter that will be created in the future for us, will not give you perfection. With quality assurance, you will also not reach perfection, but you can make sure that you are pretty damn well on the way. So, when you want to set up a quality assurance workflow, it is important to see that quality assurance is no standalone thing. It is part of a project, but it's its own thing within a program or within a project. You don't have a quality assurance team or workflow without having any projects or programs. So it's not a standalone thing that you just have there. You have to have some production line to actually have a quality control. But within the realm of the project, the quality control is an own part. It's not the project. Actually, it can span over all projects that you have internally or externally, or all the program that you have. So for example, you have a digitalization strategy in your institution. You can actually set up a quality assurance for the complete strategy. Sometimes it makes sense to have different programs for different big objects, but different big projects, but the quality assurance can still work for all the different kinds of projects if you set it up in this way. When you have somebody as a quality assurance manager in your team, in your institution, you might want to think about bringing them to the table before you're actually writing up all the specifications, sending out contracts and everything else for a project, because they can help you make it more specific, make it more tight than you would have thought of. Like I said before, I can say, well, I want an ISO standard level B for this kind of object sort. Quality assurance manager will probably immediately come and tell you, well, if you want that, make sure that you get also the object level targets there, that you also get the device level target, that you get as many as you have specified. Well, we need it every day, so I want every day a target, I want to have it named like this, and so forth and so on. So they will tell you, or they can help you, make better specification and say, well, you have said, I want X. Okay, if you give me all that, I can make sure you will get X. So quality assurance managers can actually help you when you bring them early. And if you just throw them specifications and they don't understand what you're actually asking for, and they are anything like me, they will go back to you and say, what exactly should I look for now? So in order to avoid it, bring them to the table before and they will help you. If you are in a position like I have, then the conversation will be very single-sided, so I'm talking to myself. Hey, you didn't do that very well. Well, you didn't tell me I had to do that. So, well, it's easier if you have more than one person doing it, because then you don't forget so many things. If you're doing it alone, perfectly doable. You can absolutely do that, but it's always helpful to have somebody else read through it in order to make sure that you don't forget anything. Also, it's a lot of work to do it in your own, to do the digitization management, to do the quality assurance management, and to do everything yourself. So, yes, it can be done. Ideally, you have more than one person for it, because we are all human, we make mistakes, and 4 eyes see more than 2 eyes. But I think that's valid for everybody, and I'm also aware that not all institutions have enough staff for that, but if it's doable, or if you can network with other institutions, for example, that would be also an option. To have a quality manager from another institution look over your specifications and ask, do you think that's okay? Did I forget anything like that? So collaboration in the cultural heritage field is really a big deal. And also I think there is no exception in Poland. You can find people that you can ask for help and they will provide some advice on how they would do it. Or if they see something, oh, you have forgotten to write or specify X, Y, Z. The really important thing is you don't need to know everything yourself. You just have to find the resources where you can actually find something. A quality assurance workflow doesn't consist of one thing. That's also something you would need to consider. It's many different small steps that make a QA workflow flow. It's with different projects, you can have different goals, different aims that you want to achieve. Lots of steps can be completely the same. Lots of software can be completely the same, like we saw the software that is analyzing the UTT target or the FETCHI 19264 target. It can analyze it to an ISO level B as well as to an ISO level C or to an ISO level A. You don't need to change a lot. But your project maybe will change and say, well, now I have my newspapers on ISO level C and tomorrow I have photographic collection on level A. So there are two different sets of aims that you want to achieve. Your quality assurance workflow should aim to cater to both. That is an interesting sound of the air condition. Well, so there are some arguments that I've heard in my lifespan in quality assurance against quality assurance. And I just want to present what you could hear when you want to set up quality assurance in your institution is quality assurance is only for the image quality, and the image quality is set by following the ISO standard and having the UTT target in, for example. Well, no. Quality assurance spans from the object to the whole digital product that you have. So we've learned already that the ISO standard, for example, only gives us an idea about the imaging system quality and not about the image itself. So even here, it's completely wrong. It's not about the image quality at all. It is about the imaging system quality. So no, you can basically rebuke that argument very easily. Well, what about the file names, the integrity of the files? What about the originals, the content and everything else that is part of a digitization project? That has nothing to do with the image itself. Vendors or suppliers will always deliver products according to agreement. I've put out a contract or an agreement, and I've specified that I want this quality level back from my product, so I don't need to check it because, well, the vendor agreed to it and he signed the contract. I have gotten this answer from management because they said quality assurance is an unnecessary, costly, timely task that we don't need to do. Well, guess what? It's a little bit the same thing as with the websites from the hardware equipment, where they state that their products can achieve everything, and even beyond everything, they are better than everything. And when you get the product, it may or may not do half of it. A vendor and supplier will always tell you that he will adhere to everything that you ask for, no matter if it makes sense even to him, but he wants a contract. So he will deliver something, and as soon as you are not checking it, they will know, and they will not give you the product that you actually asked for, because they will give you the product that suits their workflow best, their machine, their needs. They want to produce and make money with the contract. That might adhere to what you ask. More often, it does not adhere to exactly what you ask. It's something maybe nearby, but, well, it's not. And therefore, it is asking for specifications is sufficient. No, it is not. Never trust your supplier. Me not being very trusting person at all, learned that. That's one of the best traits that you can have as a quality assurance manager, basically. I want to check and control everything. So I'm going to check if they really did what I asked for, what we asked for, what my client asked for. Because, well, if you are asking for it, you should check it. If you don't check it, don't bother asking, because there's no way that you can control any output that you will get. And you have basically no grounds on rejecting it when you are not checking anything. It's very hard to reject a product when you say, well, somehow doesn't look right. Well, I yet have to see a contractor that says, well, you're completely right, I will do it over. They don't. They will say, it's exactly what you asked for. So you have to have something in place that's better than that. Another thing is that management often says you need a lot of specialists to run a QA workflow. Well, I beg to differ. First of all, you need one person to run a QA workflow if you are very, very efficient. And you have, so, one specialist. Also, you can outsource it, like I said. I offer these services for my clients, so people can actually hire me to do their quality assurance if they don't want to do it in-house or cannot do it in-house. So you don't need the specialists in-house, that's a thing. And a lot of tasks do not need specialists at all, and I will show that. It's costly because it costs time and money. Well, we are in the realm of taking care of cultural heritage, priceless, unique cultural heritage, and we have a duty to save it for future generations. Is it really worth doing all this? Because that digitization costs also time and money to have a bad product. If we don't want to spend a little bit more time and a little bit more money maybe on the quality assurance. Oh, well, we have had this before. We have always produced it like this and it looks fine. Okay, so tell me, what exactly is fine? I can't think of a definition that we can agree on that is fine. I don't even know what a fine picture looks like. I mean, we are not in a museum where I'm just looking at a painting and say, yeah, it looks nice. It's something completely different we're talking here about. So what is the definition of fine? And there is this other thing, and people are using this as a quality thing for a lot of printed material. It's readable. Something that became very early on in my career a red flag for me, because readable is a very undefined thing. I mean, we all have an idea what we think is readable, but to be honest, at this moment in time, I'm standing in Warsaw, in Poland. I can't read anything here. It's in Polish. Sorry. It's not readable for me. I don't speak Polish. And if I go to China, the same thing will happen to me. It's not readable at all. So what exactly do we mean by readable? I don't know. Especially if you're talking about, well, Arabic, where the reading order is even different. Because I'm used from left to right, from top to bottom. And if the reading order changes, or in Japanese, if the books are from the different side to be read, well, is it readable? I don't know if it's readable. So readable for me is something that you can't really use as a quality thing. It's not any idea of a quality item, requirement that you can put out, and it's not quantifiable. Because I'm pretty sure all of you would say all the street names and everything else outside is readable for you, because you speak Polish. And for me, well, I don't speak Polish, it's not. So there we go. Readable is not a quality sign. So all of those I can pretty easily tell people they are not valid, and this is no reason not to set up quality. Especially, on the contrary, they are actually all reasons, all the more reason to set up a good quality control. So, to make things easier, for me, for my clients, for everybody, I divide quality assurance into different modules, different steps that can adhere to different parts of the quality assurance. And you can make them as many as you want, as big or as large as you want. I always say I'm grouping them together by logic, things that naturally come together. And those groups will tell me something about a certain aim that I'm pursuing. So my first block is data integrity. And data integrity is something that I can check 100%, automated, with software. I don't need a specialist, basically. All I need is a product, a software, and a button to run. And then I get a report, and I read the report, and it says, well, I'm green or not green, basically. And what I can get out of the result there is, well, my data is okay. I could store this data in the long-term repository or on the website that I want or something else that I was aiming for. In my case, because we're talking about preservation imaging with the ISO standard with FATSI 2023, preservation also means long-term storage. You want to save the digital data. Long-term storage would be okay. This would be my aim with the data integrity. Does it say anything about the image quality? Does it say anything about if it's readable or fine? No, not at all. The only thing it tells me is the zeros and ones are worth saving in a long-term repository. Then there is another big part that naturally clinches together, clinks into a group, and that's use the term daily targets, because, well, we have seen this morning also, daily is something that we can basically see. Every day I make a target before I start the production. So I would put all the targets, the images of the UTT 19264 target in this group together. And I've put here 100% check. And that depends very much on what you actually define as batch. Like we also discussed in the morning, what is a session and how would I define a batch? If I'm doing this for each session, like when I define a session is every morning from 8 to 12. And the production of this morning session will be my batch size. Then I will have a data integrity about, just throwing out numbers, 100 images. Okay. And daily target, there's only one, because I only have one target in this morning session. Of course I can do 100% check on that, because, well, there's only one. And I need to control it anyway. But what about, I have a contract out with an external vendor. I don't want to control their work every day, so I tell them, okay, send me every 4 terabytes of data in one go. Because, to be honest, quality control also means if you have a mass, the bigger the batch, the shorter the time that I will have relatively per batch. Sounds completely unnatural, but it is true. The bigger the batch, the shorter the relative time that I need. So if I have contracts out with external vendors, for example, for newspapers, I don't want them to send me each 5,000 pages. I rather have them send me 50,000 pages, because it will take me almost as long to control the 5 than the 50,000. But to create 5 or 50,000 images, you will need definitely more than one target, because, well, you can't do that in a day. Definitely not if I don't allow you to use a robot. So you will have more than one target, maybe 10, 20, 30, 40 targets. Depending on how many on a day you do, it can get up to 50, 60, 70, 80 targets in a batch. And still, I'm putting here 100% check. Well, how do I do that? I said it before the lunch already. If you all happen to work for me, I am requiring you to tell me what you measured yourself. So I'm getting all the target scans, all the target images that are digitized. I can actually do a measurement myself. I can run it in batch through the software if I want to. But furthermore, I can control every of your measurement results. And because I'm actually standardizing the way the output of the measurement comes to me, I can skim through that very quickly. And I will see if there is a go or a no-go. So I can actually check 100%, even if there are 80 targets, I don't need to actually measure 80 targets and see for myself all the results. I can actually skim through all the measurement results from a vendor, for example, and then make a selection of the targets that I'm getting into more detail with. And then it tells me something about not the image quality. It tells me something about the performance of the imaging system that somebody is using. The imaging system is performing to a certain standard, to a certain quality level, and because I get all of the measurement results and I see everything, I can also get a feeling how it behaves over time. Does it behave logically, properly, from Monday to Friday? Is there a change after the weekend? Is something happening? I can do exactly the same monitoring for all of my contracts than I would do for my own machines in-house. That also means in the beginning of a contract, if I'm working with a new contractor or with new equipment from a contract, I will check and recheck and double check more, like I would do internally, to get familiar with the behavior of the equipment. And when I determine, okay, feeling confident, stable, then I can reduce the number that I'm rechecking and double checking. But it also only tells me anything about the imaging system. So the technical quality of the system is okay or not okay. Still don't know anything about the image. Not at all. At this moment in time, have not seen any image of any original in my digital batch. And there is the real problem that we have is, what is image quality? How do we define that? And how do we control it? If I have a session with 100 images, then in the FETI guidelines it says 10 images or 10% of a session. If I have a session of 100, then I can inspect 10 images, yes. I can probably do even more, but how about 100,000 images? Do I need to really do 10%? 100,000 means 1,000 images. It's 1%. It's pretty much to look at. 10%, 10,000. Just to look at. 100% view, Photoshop, pixel by pixel. Think that takes a lot of time. So then this guideline is a little bit too much for me. I don't have the time and the staff to do that. So as long as I'm talking about small amounts in total, I can do that. In mass digitization, when I'm getting big data back, I need a more clever way to use my time efficiently. And there came up very long time ago, and therefore also a very well-proven method, because we are using it for more than 10 years, definitely, in different countries, in different projects, with different kinds of original, and it really works. It has proven itself all over again. Every time, whenever I've implemented it, it's still valid, and I'm so surprised, but it's still valid. We are using a sample AQL, a lot-by-lot inspection, according to another ISO standard that I'm always mixing up the numbers, so I'm not telling it. It contains a 2 and an 8 and a 5 and a 9, and I don't know which the 9 and the 5 took places in, or it's 9.5 or 5.9. So I will not tell this. But anyways, it's a lot-by-lot inspection and AQL that works really well to find image quality problems. It tells me, for example, in a size batch of 9,000, I have to look at, I don't know, 200 images. Just throwing out numbers now. 200 is a very doable task from the 9,000. And if I have 100,000, then it tells me I have to do 500, which is a lot more doable than 10,000 or even 1,000, because 1,000 really takes a long time. So 500 saves me a lot of time. There's a lot of statistics involved. For those of you who are interested in, you can look that up. There's a statistic sampling method in there, and you can also calculate everything yourself if you want to. That's perfectly fine. You can also just use the table, as you can find them on the internet or in the ISO standard. And then you have a batch size, an acceptance level, and you can actually say, well, when I look at those numbers and I find X errors, it's still okay, and with Y errors, it's wrong, it's rejected. But it's one thing that I'm looking at, and that's an image. Here I'm really looking at the image quality of the one thing that I have in front of me. What I include in that, for example, is, does it show me the whole object? So, are there any things cut off? Can I see a border? Is the overall look what I expect it to be? Would I see the same if I had the original in front of me? So if I have a newspaper page, and it's a page 1, then basically we all know the page 1 of a newspaper, well, first of all, it's not black and white. The paper color is something, well, pinkish, salmony, whatever, yellowish. It has black ink on there, but it's not very deep black. It's just black, gray, dark gray, blackish color. It always has a title on there. So I expect to see a title somewhere in bold letters. And this is how a natural newspaper looks. Don't talk about the content. But is this something that I see on my screen? So do I also see my header? Do I see two different kinds of colors, like the paper color that I expect it to have, and the ink color that I expect it to have? Or does it look fishy? And beautiful enough, our brain works with fishy. It's so fast to detect something that is wrong on the screen when we know what we expect from the original, that you can determine very, very fast there is something. And then when there is something, you can go and look deeper. What's the thing that threw me off? If your brain doesn't say within the first 3 milliseconds, that looks fishy, then probably it's good. But it shows the original as you would expect it to be. And then there is this other thing that you can include. Is it in the right direction? Is it tilted 90 degrees? Or is it in the right order? Can you read from left to right, from top to bottom? Is it not skewed too much? If you're doing this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, with the few weeks that you're actually doing this, your brain will know when the tolerance is not met. Because the first times you may be unsure, you need a ruler, you measure, oh, it's within the tolerance of my skew. Oh, this is without this, out of the tolerance of my skew. You do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times in the batches, and your brain will know when it is out of skew tolerance. So those are some things that I would look into when I look at the image quality. Basically, one could say, okay, well, that's it. We can do that. But what about the content? And there is a decision that has to be made up front. And it really goes back to what kind of original are you actually digitizing? If you have 100 objects that are unique in a batch, you might be able to check 100% for the content. If you have newspaper pages, 50,000, 100,000, how do you want to check if everything is there? You basically need to know upfront what you're sending out. That's the one thing that you can do. So even though a human has to go through everything and write up, okay, newspaper Monday, 4 pages, newspaper Tuesday, 8 pages, newspaper Wednesday, 7 pages. You could check that if you digitally get it back, if you have your file structure right, if you have your file naming right, and if nobody made a mistake. That might be a possibility. But is the page that you have on your screen exactly the page that is in the original? Well, then you would start to read stuff. And if you read something, you lose time. So 100% is quite impossible. As I said yesterday, you have to find compromises, consensus with other departments on how to actually find a threshold where everybody can live with. If you have this threshold, you can see if you might want to have an adapted way of sampling with an AQL to say something about your content too. Well, if it's loose pages that have no contextual neighbors, then basically you can also say, well, I've done it with the image quality because then it makes sense to do it in one go. If you have non-single items, like a newspaper, what is the thing that you would need to check? Not the single page, not the single image. So the smallest unity that you can then sample, for example, is one newspaper issue. So the 4 pages from the Monday, for example. That would be one sample. So when we do 500 samples, we could end up with 2,000 pages. Because if every newspaper issue has 4 pages, we end up to look at 2,000 pages. We have to skim through. The beauty is we don't need to check for the quality of the image. We can do it in a smaller frame, so we don't need to blow it up to 100%, look at each pixel. But in order to be able to read the content, we should at least have something on our screen, like a full screen or something like that. Depending, of course, on what screen you're using for that. And then you can still argue for, let's have the originals nearby or not. Something that's very often done is have the originals and the screen and look at both. I'm not really a fan of that because it distracts a lot and people tend to make more mistakes actually because then they don't see so much. I don't know why. I've heard from other institutions that they have implemented it very successfully. Yeah, it's something to be tried out. Let's put it this way. Not every institution has the same personnel staff, so it might work, it might not work. It might also be something that you want to train your people on to actually do it this way. But this is a very important thing to actually implement into your QA. And because you can do it so many different ways for different objects, it's here as an optional part. Because, as I said, if you have single objects, then you can also put it into the image quality and have image and content quality in one step. So you see, you can be very flexible with those big bullet points. So to see how some things work in those big chunks, the data integrity could, those are just some of the examples that could be grouped together here. Checksums, whenever you transport data from A to B, also means a copy from one hard drive to another hard drive. Things can happen. Files go bad, bits are missing, zeros turns ones, and everything that a computer can do. Especially when there is a power outage, then things tend to be very thrown off and get something else. So a checksum or creating a checksum is not something you should take lightly. You should think about making checksums mandatory for all transports. Of course, if you create a checksum, it's wise to actually check the checksum at the receiving end. So there are free programs that can actually create them. There are also free programs that can actually read them and verify them. There are different algorithms that produce long, short, more secure, less secure checksum. If your transport is only in-house from A to B, and the only thing you want to make sure is that nothing happened to your file while you brought them upstairs, for example, a very simple algorithm will be more than enough. If you're sending it around the world by, I don't know, 72 different internet stations, you might want to choose something more long and more secure in order to save your files. Also, if you have protected files or public domain files, that would be different, because if it's the public domain, well, there's no need to secure and encrypt it. If you want to send out protected material via data streams, encrypt it and make a checksum for it. So there's a lot of things that you can actually do with that. The thing for the quality control is, once you have asked for a checksum, make sure you have something in place to verify the checksum. And here is a tip, always check the checksum first. Because if your data changed in the transport, well, basically it's no use, it's no good. Just reject it, send it back, try another transport. Then, of course, what could you check with the data integrity? Well, the files itself. Somebody told me I have to get 100 files. Did I get 100 files? I have ordered 100 TIFF files. Did I get 100 TIFF files? I have ordered 100 TIFF files, baseline 6.0. Did I actually get 100 TIFF baseline 6.0? Two things that can help you with that is, for the counting, of course, well, Explorers, how to identify how many files are in a folder. That's a very easy one, of course. When you expect 100 and you see 100, well, there's a good match. For files in the sense, is my TIFF really a TIFF, and is it exactly the TIFF that I wanted? You can use software like Jove for example, that can actually do that for you. You can use other open source software that is provided by the Open Preservation Foundation. So you can just Google that and see what kind of software you can use for that. Basically, all of those are free software. You don't need to buy anything. If nothing else is allowed in your institution, it's still very cool to check if your TIFF is actually a TIFF. And the very, very least that you can do is to see if it has a .tiff there. And if it has a TIFF with 2F, then it's not a TIFF, because it should be a TIF. And it shouldn't have any spaces in the ending, by the way. But yeah, things happen all the time. So the other thing is that you could check.
When there are full
Yeah. It's not a valid file format. The ending TFFF is not a valid file ending. So something went wrong with creating the file. Either it cannot be read by software, or it will be rendered as a TIFF, but if you do that in the long-term repository, you could create a real problem. Because TIFF is actually the name of the file format, tagged image file format, but the actual ending in the Explorer is with 1F. Yeah, that's basically, TIFF is a standard, which is kind of nice, because as long as you use standardized formats, it's pretty easy to check it too, which makes other file formats less likely to be used for digital preservation, because they're way harder to maintain, which is something why you should ask yourself if you really want to ask for raw files, or if you really want to create raw files, which is something that a one-shot system would create, most likely for you. Most of the scanners, line scanners, are not by default creating raw files. You specifically have to ask to have that implemented. They will create PDF, and there's a question which version of PDF, PDF-A, PDF-1, PDF-2, PDF-2B, whatever. So they could create that. They normally also are able to create JPEG. JPEG not being a really good preservation format either, and they are normally creating TIFF files. So most of the times, the preservation master will be the TIFF file, and then maybe there will be a derivative in JPEG or so on the same run. One-shot systems will create raw files. They have to be exported into any kind of file format that you ask for, and that means you have to specify what exactly do you want. If you want a TIFF file, then you should get a TIFF file. If you do want a raw file, be aware that this might be a very proprietary raw format that will be rendered in each software that you're using completely different. Every raw converter will render a different image. So you don't know what you're actually getting and what you're actually seeing, because you don't exactly know what kind of software that was, or even if you do, it might not work at your place because you don't have the software. And for the long-term repository managers, preservation managers are always very unhappy when I suggest, well, let's just keep all the software and emulate everything. And they say, oh, that's such a hard task. And do we really need to do that? Can you just find another way? And basically, they really, really, really like TIFF files and everything else that is standardized, which raw is not. And that's what you can actually find with file integrity software like Jove, like the OPF has put out for free. So feel free to search that, see what you can install in your institution and what you can use. Some are more user-friendly than others, but they all work pretty well, and there are good examples on the webpage from the OPF. Another thing that you might want to check in this cluster is file names. So you have hopefully specified how your files should be named in order to actually get the connection between the original and your digital file. And here you could check very easily, with software, does my file name follow the rules that I have specified? So for example, I want a file name with A_B_01. I have 3 parts of the file name that I can check automatically if I have software script that actually can do that, or very easy method, very normal method, copy paste all the file names in an Excel sheet, tell it to split the columns with an underscore, there you go. Is it according to your structure, yes or no? Well, the structure is here also very easy to check, because when you can specify a file name, you can also specify in which file order, in which structure of folders it should be delivered. And you can check that as easy by a script, with Excel, anything like that. Also, you can check the header information. The header information including, for example, well, at least if you have specified that it should be embedded, the make and model of the hardware that produced the image, the time that it was created, the software which was, with which it was created, with which it was processed, and the maybe operator if you want to, height, width, resolution, claimed resolution by the way, and everything else that you find necessary. ISO, shutter speed, aperture for, of course, one-shot systems, what kind of lens was in there, what kind of model, make, serial numbers, if you're lucky enough to get them somewhere. Everything that you want in a file to be known about the technical metadata of the creation of this file. That could be embedded in the header information. As we saw, it could also be, according to Fetchy, in a TXT file or an accompanying XML file, in any kind of structure that you want. The easiest way I find it to be embedded, because, well, if it's already in the file written, then you can't lose it on the fly, on the run. So a TXT file, somebody thinks, oh, there's a TXT, nobody cares about that, and deletes it. So if it's in the file, it's way harder to lose the information. If you have it embedded in the header information of, for example, in a TIFF file, you can use, well, here we go again, EXIF tool. EXIF tool is a, I think, worldwide used free tool to see what is actually in the header information, what kind of data is in there. If you're using it, and it's free on the internet, you can just download it. There's lots of tools with it, lots of scripts. You can make scripts of your own with it, make it work, that it does that for each and every file that you find on a specific location. So you can actually get a report of all the information that is in the files. Apple has some graphical software on its computers that also does the same thing, but that's a commercial software that you have to buy that could give you the same information. So if you want a free version, EXIF tool can actually do that for you. And that's something that you can also check 100%, because you can actually read it from every file. So you can check that also in the data integrity. That only tells me something about the files themselves. Are they even worthy of being saved? It doesn't say anything about the content of the file. It only says, okay, all the technical structure is sound. That is what I asked for. So why is here targets? Well, if I have the opportunity to make my life easy and automate as much as I can, I would like a software to actually make a one-on-one match from my production to my targets. I can do that if I request that in each file header there is a timestamp when it was created. And I can have scripts and software that will match. Each of the targets has a production, and each of the production has a target. So there is a one-on-one relation with every target and every image that was created. Why? Because I want to know that actually the target that tells me that my imaging system is okay also relates back to actual the production of that day and to the same machine. It would be very strange, but, well, I've seen stranger things in my life, that there is a target sent out and there was no production on this day. Well, okay, so now I've validated a machine that was not used. On the other side, people have been seen trying to send the same target over and over again and have the production on different days, which is like, okay, but they don't match to each other. So I don't know if you actually created it with a sound machine or anything like that. So in order to make sure that I have a traceable path from my target imaging system quality analysis to my image quality of my actual originals, I want to have a one-on-one match. And fortunately, there is software out there that can help me with that. Or I can actually build scripts that will do that based on the header information. And I can actually do that manually. If I have everything in an Excel sheet, I could do that, well, semi-automatic. But yeah, there are lots of possibilities. Not everything has to cost money here. There is the samples and the visual checks. That's also in here. Basically, I need samples to do the visual checks on the data integrity process. It has nothing to do with visual, but the visual checks need the samples. What I mean with data integrity and samples in the same thing, when I'm already using a lot of software and automation for doing all these tasks for me, what else would I need from a computer that I don't want to do myself? Well, I don't want to find my 500 images that I would need to check later on. I would rather have a computer, program, script, random, pick my 500 images that I later have to do in the sample. So either create a list, ideally create a list, find the images and put them somewhere else so I can actually find them there. Make a copy, move them, flag them, whatever. But make it easy for me to find those 500 because I don't want to go through all the lists with all the file names and search for myself. And I also don't want to choose myself because a human being is not very random. Whenever you're choosing something, you follow a pattern. If you like it or not, everybody does. So when you're talking about randomized sampling, use a randomized sampler and not yourself. Then there is this optional thingy here called inventory and database. This is something that I would say is not necessary when you're starting out, but you can think about implementing things like that. A database is always handy in one form or another. You can say, well, I have an Excel sheet or I have something else, I have it printed out. It doesn't really matter, but having a database that stores all the results for you make comparisons very easy. It makes it easy to see what did I get already. If you have a project or more sessions with the same collection, then you can see, oh, I got this file already in March. Why do I get the file again? Is it a double file? Is the file name wrong? Is something else there? If you have a list of all the targets that you have already got, and you are getting exactly the same targets over and over again, a database will pretty easy let you see that. So a database is handy, could be something worthwhile in the future. Having inventories basically is, for mass digitization, something a lot of people say, well, costs a lot of time, very unnecessary, because I will see everything when I'm digitizing it. Yes and no, especially when you're talking about volumes. It's easy to miss something. And in the quality control, I will not find what you missed when I don't know what I've sent out. So being more granular with that could help having a better overview if the content is right. Also makes it easier to automate certain steps of the content quality control, because then I can maybe check, well, I've sent out 100 pages, did I really get 100 files back? I have sent out 100 pages in 50 volumes, did I get 50 volumes, or is it in a different order? So I can automate a few things more than without an inventory. All goes to how bigger your mass is, how bigger your program is, the more worthwhile it is to prepare an inventory and to automate your quality assurance process, especially in the step data integrity, because there you can automate almost everything. Automation is great. And if you tell management you want to automate it, it means you save time and personnel. So they like that idea. But only do it when it makes sense. And there are parts of a quality control that don't make sense to automate. What could be a game changer for an institution is when we see all these different parts in the data integrity and all have their own scripts and all have their own software, and you have to check this and then check this, and maybe you need to have 20 different software to control. It could be worthwhile to think of creating one master script, one to rule them all. One script that can actually say, well, first push the button for the checksum. When you're finished with that, do that, do that, do that. And you only need to push one button and tell the script, here is the badge that I want to control. And it does everything itself, and at the end you get one report to read instead of having all the time to look, oh, it's finished now I have to start this, now I have to start this. I've done this years and years and years with batches that came in, and I can tell you, my desktop was full of little windows, all scripts that were really hard to follow, which were for which batch, and everything had to run at the same time. And when we are using computers and we are doing everything at the same time, computers tend to be very slow somehow. I wouldn't say I'm lazy, but sometimes I think my computers are lazy. But it really helps if things are started not parallel, but in series. So sequentially after another. And that also can be done by a master script, because I don't want to see and look and wait if something is finished and then start the next one. And maybe that's overnight. So I'm losing the whole night of work from my computer because I was not there to push the next button. Doesn't make sense, so a master script can also help you with that. It can all see, well, the checksums is finished at 10 o'clock at night. Okay, well, let's start with the next task on the list. So you are more efficient using the time that you have from a computer. And if you have the possibility to make that more often and have more computers running with the same script, you can also read more batches, of course, with this speed. So to speed up the whole automated scripting process, one master script or more master scripts on different computers can actually help you speed up the control of the batch time. It has the big advantage that I don't need to push as many buttons. I need not to be careful when something ends, when something has to be started. So I'm using more efficiently my time. But overall, I still have to do all the tasks one after another. As, well, the computer does. So if it would take 24 hours to read all the things, it's still taking 24 hours just without me being at home overnight, which means at the actual time that I'm busy with it would be Monday from 8 to Tuesday at 10 at night. And with a master script, I will be done Tuesday morning. So I'm speeding up the process time for the quality control. I'm not speeding up the process of each batch, just because I'm not interfering, or they don't need me to run everything, that it's a little bit faster. If you want to make more out of the automation, is my advice: rethink the process workflow. If you're doing everything after one another, that might not be the cleverest, more clever way. What can you standardize, and what can you group together, and how can you make it even better and improving the usability? And especially think about what kinds of tasks the scripts can actually do together. Like, for example, doing the header information and the one-on-one check with the target can be grouped together, which means they are even faster in total. And a big thing that I've encountered was, well, the computers that are available might not be the best ones that you want to do that on. So search for the, well, strongest computer in the place where you can run this. Might be on a server, could be if your institution has that, if your IT is allowing it. A lot of times IT in institutions don't allow that to run on their servers. So search for the most powerful computer that you can get a hold of and use that one to run 24/7 those scripts, because it will speed up enormously the time that you need. Also, if you are using a certain programming language, for example, it could be worthwhile to actually see if there is another programming language that will speed up for you the process. So a change in software can be useful. It doesn't have to be, but it can be very useful. So I've done this some years back. When did I do that? I think in a change from the National Archives in the Netherlands to the National Library in the Netherlands. I've rethought the whole thing. I've automated, I've changed the software, and the time saving that I got out of that was, in the National Archive, it would take me 36 to 72 hours to get all these parts running through, even with a master script. So I've pushed a button and I've waited basically almost a week until I got a report on all the things. And I had to read all that. When I was finished with the whole steps here, rethinking, standardizing, improving the usage of the power of the CPU, regrouping parts together, adding a little bit of functionality, making it a little bit more user-friendly, because there was a GUI instead of, well, actually a batch that I had to code every time. It got me down to the same things, even a little bit more that I could do with it, 24 hours per batch. where I needed 36 to 72 before. Within 24, I had everything. A normal batch size of 2 terabyte would be done in 8 hours. So that was really an improvement for us back then. I'm not sure if I would do it this way now, because now I've learned, and I would regroup everything before, of course. Well, okay. I think we can do that because we've talked a lot about targets already before the coffee break, so I will try to be a little bit faster. Technical quality imaging standards. So the chunk number 2 on the list in the overview slide. This is also what I've talked a little bit before. I get the targets, but I also get the results from everybody, internal or external. I would never make a distinction in the quality control. Even with the whole data integrity, this is the same for internal or external suppliers. Also, with the technical quality, with the daily targets or with the targets, doesn't matter if you're internal producing or external producing, I still want the images in the quality control, and I still want the measurement of the person who actually produced it. So, when you're an operator and you sit there starting the production in the morning, you're doing an imaging target, UTT FETCHI 19264, you put it through the software and you get a go or a no-go. Imagine you get a go, you start the production, everything's fine. You get a no-go, hopefully you do something with your machine and it gets a go, and then you start the production. So you have checked yourself the quality. But in the quality control, when I'm at the end of a production, for example, I want to have the image of the target and the results that the operator got. And I will measure the target or targets, and I will actually look at the results from all the suppliers. So I will look first at the results of the suppliers. Why? Because it's easier and faster than making all the measurements. It takes more time to measure. It's easier to just make a visual skim through all the results. Then I have the targets. I will load them in my software. I will let them be measured. And hopefully we come to the same result. All the supplier results said go, and hopefully all my measurements also said go. So they get green. But then there is this other part. Most of the times, people forget. Most of the times, operators forget. Most of the times, hardware producers forget. Compliance for a FETCHI 2023, ISO standard 19264-1, does not mean only that your target is checking green in the software. It has also to be visually okay. The software will not detect everything for you. So it can happen that you have an okay go in the software, and visually, well, there's something wrong. Because artifacts, for example, cannot be detected by the software. So I make it a habit to always look at the targets that I'm measuring. How are they actually looking? Do they look like I would expect a target to look? The beauty of this target is they always look the same because we know how the original looks. We have seen them plenty of times, and you can actually see, well, there's something wrong. There's a feature missing here. It's been over and over again that people have thrown targets at me, and I've said, well, they are no good. They said, well, they are green. And I'm like, yes, they're green, but they still don't look like they should. So a visual check is always recommended for everybody, in my view, but especially in the quality control, it's necessary to look at the targets, because if you want to find out what's wrong, well, the easiest way is to look at it. If you have a project with object-level targets, with the references, with the small thingies, then it could be the time also to measure those. Throw the batch in the software, click and wait for what it comes out. And then, well, I'm a quality assurance manager, so I write reports about what I find. I will write a report, this was in the data integrity, this is good, this is not good, and also in the technical quality, did you adhere to the standards, yes, no, did I find something that I didn't like, yes or no. So this is what I would do for a quality control, and the question here, of course, is always, well, when you automate all the other things, can you automate that too? Why do we actually need somebody to look and to measure the targets? Because can I automate measuring the targets? Yes, I can. Basically, the software is already there. It can measure the whole batch. And if you have software that can actually connect to that and tell you, well, everything was green, well, then you're there. You don't need a person for that. Here is the really important thing. The software will not detect everything. As soon as you have an artifact, as soon as you have a disturbance that will be of influence of your production, and you have not looked at it, you might create a real big problem. And that goes for the operator as well as for the quality control. As soon as there is a visual component in there, automate everything that makes sense that you can do. But for the looking part, I'm sorry to say, but you still need a human because they have eyes and a brain. And with that, I think it's a good time to go for a coffee break. Well, there we go for the last few hours that we have together. I hope you still enjoy being here and listening to all my stories. We have just ended the last part of our excursion into quality control with me saying, well, you need a human with eyes and brains, and there it goes. I actually wrote it on a slide. Software does not mean don't use your eyes and your knowledge. You probably know way more than a software, and you are way faster than a software to actually see and detect stuff. But when we're talking about this, a lot of people always say, well, you know, isn't that an objectivity problem? Because when we're implementing the FATSheet 2023 guidelines, or when we're implementing the ISO standard, or anything like that, everything that we are doing is taking out the subjectivity of something. Like, it's not fine, it's not readable, it doesn't look good. We can actually measure technically, tell objectively, no matter if I'm doing the analysis or if you are doing the analysis, we get the same result. It is or it is not conforming to this standard. And now I'm telling exactly the opposite thing, like, look at it, and you will find out if it's there. So that's basically back from the objectivity to the subjectivity, and then do I see the same thing as you see? Well, basically, that's not me. It's scientifically researched. Male persons see something different than female persons. And while a female person is not having a red-green weakness in their visual system, male persons can have a red-green weakness in their visual system. Which does not mean that all of them have, but, well, if you're male, you could have that without even knowing that. And all other kinds of color see deficiencies where people don't see color at all, see completely different color. So why on earth would we do visual inspection? With that in mind, that is, of course, a human being that is doing it, costs time, costs money. The management would probably say, well, can't we skip that and automate that? So in the recent years, people always came to me and said, like, well, artificial intelligence will help us with that. Let's do AI. And I'm like, but how would the AI know if it's good or not good? Because the AI has never seen an original. It doesn't know how it should look, actually. So how does it help us here? Well, I won't say never ever, but I don't see any AI in quality assurance of cultural heritage, visual inspection helping out in the next 10 years. That's what I say every time, and I still stand by that. But why are you actually doing it? Because it takes too much time and too much effort. And we want to be fast because we want to do a lot of things. We need to do a lot of things, like we said before. There is so much stuff to do. And do we really need to do it? With what result? And how much would we need to do? Well, why do we need to do it? Because software doesn't see everything. Like I said with the targets, software doesn't see an artifact. Software doesn't see if the operator lost hair on the target, for example, which means you could think that there is a cleanliness issue that will maybe influence all my production, or that there is some scratch that was not in the region of interest of the software, but that would be in the region of interest of my original. Software will not tell you all this stuff, and artificial intelligence won't tell you that either. So that's why you would need a person to look at it. And then there is this very Dutch saying, and I am aware that it's not really an English thing to say, but it's actually in all the conferences from where a certain person has presented. It's something as a known quantity in the cultural heritage community. To measure is to know. When you measure it, you know what it is. I beg to differ. It's not only to measure is to know, but you need to look at stuff. Because you need to find artifacts. You need to find all the stuff that a software will not tell you. Because a software will only be as good as the ones that programmed that and the logic that is behind there. So, how would you even inspect something if not visually? How would you detect an artifact? Countless conferences I have talked to IT companies, programming companies, that told me, well, but if you tell me that, I need to program that, I can program and I can find this or that. I'm like, yeah, but that only works if I exactly can tell you which pixel count it is. So if I want you to detect, for example, people have offered me to see, well, if there is a hand in the border that I don't want, of course, in my picture, but they could detect it. And I'm like, yes, you probably could until I bring you an object that is actually doing exactly the same thing and it's not a hand. And then we have a problem. So there is no certainty in that, so I can't program it in a yes or no question, which is something that I would need in order to be able to automate it. On the other hand, as I said before, our eyes, our brains are so enormous, great things, you don't even need a second to actually see that there is something in this picture that should not be there. But we have to be honest. We can or cannot see stuff. There is things that we can see and there's things that we cannot see. And we are humans. We are very much often falling into the pitfall of optical deceptions. I think all of you know some form of optical deception. A very well-known example of that is, for example, checkerboard with an object A and on the checkerboard, and the checkerboard plates A and B look completely different, different colors. And when you actually put them above each other, they are exactly the same color because there is a shadow casted and our eyes are deceived by what we expect it to be. And when measured, it's exactly the same. But that's only one of the examples. Some years ago on the internet, there was a big hype about a dress. Is it golden or blue? Was a big hype on the internet. Somebody said it was blue. Some others said, no, it's white. But it's also the same thing with our ears. So optical deception is really a thing for humans. And that makes it very hard to make an argument for visual inspection. Well, yes and no. But there is this thing that I said before. Do we all see the same thing? Probably not. That also makes it very hard to argue for visual deception, visual inspection, sorry. But I have found that we just need one thing. We need the right definition for visual inspection. So, what is it that I want to find when I'm visually inspecting a digital image? I'm not asking the question, I'm just answering it now. What we want to look at is a digital representation of an object, an original, with as much as possible near-truth information. There is a misconception that it will be a perfect representation. You will not be able to make the perfect representation of each original in a mass digitization project. What you want is to get all the information out of the original into the digital file. So, what we are actually looking for when we are visually inspecting is there not any information found in the digital file that is definitely not part of the original? So if I see something that doesn't belong there, because it never ever is a part of the original, well, there you go, found it. And also identify all the misinformation that I cannot measure in the targets. For example, artifacts. For example, what would be an artifact? Haloing, Newton rings, steps in the stair-step artifacts. What else would it be? Well, anything that you can think of that is an optical disturbance that does not belong there and that is not measurable in the targets. The thing that I would not be able to identify is, well, the SFR in this picture is not 85%. That's something I can't measure with my eyes, sorry. But I can see if the color is somehow completely off than what it should be. And then, as soon as I know that there's something wrong, I can actually go in and see what happened here. Is it one time off? Is it all the time? Is my whole sample infected by that? For example, very early on, when people were not used to actually look at their images, I've gotten images that had glass patterns on them, of course, and the glass was scratched. And the glass was scratched over the text, so I lost information of the original. Well, the original had the text, the glass prevented me from seeing the text. Over time, the scratches got bigger and bigger and bigger, and they basically, at one time, looked like worms in my images, like little worms in a glass, casting shadows on my original, so I lost a lot of text. That is something that you could not measure in the targets because the target region of interest, that what the software is actually measuring, was not at the same place as my original. Okay, so that's one thing that I would identify. And it's also information that does not belong to the original. It's something that I can find with visual detection. And it is something that we can all agree on. It's not subjective, I see it, and nobody else sees it. No, it's there. I see it, you see it, everybody sees it. So it is to make the visual inspection not subjective, make it objective by defining what you're actually able to find and what you're actually looking for. And the more you do it, the better your brain works. You will find stuff all over the place, and even faster than everybody else. And please do not think that any AI will ever beat that. So before I go for another interesting part that we're all waiting for, that I've been already talking a lot in between to what the management needs to hear, a little bit about education. Education in the cultural heritage digitization is unfortunately not standardized. You can't send yourself or staff to university to do a class. You can't send people abroad and have them come back with expert certificates or something like that. There is no online class where you can actually get all the information. Yes, you can, as I said before, use the internet research for certain parts, get some YouTube information, get some papers here and there, but it's not a class. You don't get a certificate. There is no digital imaging specialist training certificate that you can show off, and then you apply for the next job and say, well, I have this bachelor degree in imaging scientist, digital imaging scientist from XYZ. You can study image science. Image science, for example, at the Rochester Institute of Technology. There are lots of people that do that. They know everything about signal processing, for example. They can tell you the math behind everything. You can study color science, for example, and then you have a degree in color science. You are a color scientist. They can tell you everything about color, how color works, how the math behind all the color profiles is. Is this something that we need? Yes. Is it something that we need in our daily business? Well, not in that detail. What we really need is basically the unicorns that know about everything a little bit, but they don't fall out of the sky, unfortunately for us. So actually, we have to become those people, and we have to train those people on the job. So it starts with us. How will we do that? Well, fortunately for me, I had the opportunity to be here today and yesterday and share my knowledge with you guys, and I hope that you will take something with you and that you will reproduce my knowledge in your own institution and spread the word. That is how we are doing it. That is how it is done. If somebody is new in my team, I will train them. I also have trained a lot of people in my past years, in my previous jobs, to become better operators, digital imaging technicians, quality control managers, or else. Because we can't send them anywhere. But I also want to stress, we all face the same challenges. We are a community internationally with all the same challenges. We might work in different institutions, we might have different details, but none of you is alone. Definitely not. We are all in this together. Cultural heritage is a worldwide thing. Yes, it is Polish national treasure, it is Swiss national treasure, it's Dutch national treasure, whatever you may call it, but cultural heritage and how to treat it is something globally the same. So there is an international community out there, and you just have to reach out. They are absolutely willing to share their knowledge, to come over, like me, or to help out with an email, or with a question that you have. You just have to find it. Okay, that's an interesting sound. One good place to find this specific community is conferences for digital imaging, archiving of cultural heritage, and stuff like that. And I am not sure that you know that there will be a conference in Europe next year. So I'm just making a shameless advertisement, because if you have seen me for 2 days, there will be a pleasure of me being 5 days available, and with me, a lot of other experts. For example, Peter Burns, Don Williams, and the Library of Congress will be available to pick their brains, to present, and to take short courses. So I will just make a change to the internet again, because I want to show you what will happen next year. A very, very interesting community is at ISNT, the Society for Imaging, Science and Technology. One of their conferences, not the only one, but one that is very useful for our field, is the Archiving Conference Series. The Archiving Conference Series will be held next year in June, 19 to 23, in Oslo. It has been online for the past 3 years. 2019 was the last in-person conference in Lisbon. Normally, it should be in America because it's changing continents on and off. So it will be one time in America, one time in Europe. They've actually chosen for Oslo next year. If you have the chance, try to register. It will be a great gathering, and I'm saying so myself because I will be there. It will be on the 19th of June, a full day of short courses. The short course track is 1 day with a lot of different kinds of short courses. We are putting together a program at this moment in time, and I say we, and you will see that I am one of the short course chairs for next year, which means I have no affiliation with IS&T. This is something that I'm doing in my free spare time, but still, I am one of the short course chairs for the second time now. We will try to put a very interesting educational program for the community together. So if you have any chance, please look, and maybe you have some suggestions for papers and presentations, how your institution is actually doing stuff. We're always looking for papers too. So from 20 to the 23rd of June, there will also be a technical program with a lot of presentations, poster presentations, and we are also co-joining this year with Change, with the final presentations from the Change program that will end in April this year, and all the PhD students will get a place to have their presentations in Oslo for the cultural heritage community. And Change is an international program for cultural heritage analysis for new generations. They are doing really research-intensive stuff. Of course, they are PhD students, so they don't work actually in our environment, but they really want to join our environment, and they can bring some new ideas and everything like that. So that will be happening in Oslo next year. Yes?
Thank you. What is the deadline for the call for papers?
The call for papers. Well, there we go. The 15th of December, only if you want to have your paper published in GIST, in a journal. If not, and that's basically why I'm always like, well, a journal paper, who will do that? It's around the 10th of April.
Okay, so by the 10th of April, I should send the full body of my text, right?
An abstract.
Abstract.
An abstract.
An abstract.
An
That's
abstract.
Even better.
An abstract. Yes. So the archiving conference was founded in 2004, so it's really a long time already around. It's an international conference where a lot of people join once a year together in, well, exchanging state-of-the-art. What did they discover? What new research? For example, the new next generation target that I was talking about that came to life in 2017 was presented first in Riga at the archiving conference. And you can find a lot of people there that are actually researching and putting out stuff. Don Williams and Peter Burns have a short course there that is actually running subsequently since 2004, each year. I mean, those guys will be coming. I already secured that for 2023 too. So they will be coming to Oslo, and they will give their short course. The NTNU is heading the general chair of the conference this year. This changes every year, but it's a great way to get to know the community, to get engaged with the community, and also to present maybe something from your own institution or from your own interest. So don't be shy if you have an idea. An abstract is pretty easy. It's at least 2 pages, a little bit of a bio about yourself, a research question that you want to present, more or less, but it doesn't have to be a research. It can also be, this is the project that I was actually doing, and this is how I approached it, and everything like that. It will be peer-reviewed, so there are people that are actually reviewing all the papers, and then the general chair and the technical program chair will make the program. There will also be keynotes and everything like that. So you can see here on this homepage for 2023 that Robert Kassler, he's the director of visuals in the Museum of Modern Arts in New York, will chair the program this year, and Fenella Friends from the Library of Congress was a past general chair in the last year, or actually it's this year, 2022, where we had it online still because of the pandemics. It's a great way to actually engage with the community, to get yourself known in the community, but also to meet all the other people. There is another one that came to life only 2020, basically, and it's online, and that's DigiTips. DigiTips is digitizing to international imaging performance standards. When the pandemic hit, there was a need to exchange still between the international community. ISNT came up with another series of meetings, topical meetings, 4 meetings, 4 hours long, different, well, topics in each one, and they've been very successful. And for example, here we see that this year is, next year actually, it will be online again, because it's always online. Hannah Beckerly from the Library of Congress, one of the people who actually wrote in the 2023 FACI guidelines, for example, she will chair the next DigiTips online session. Online is great and not great. I will say that, being European, because all the time schedules are American time schedule. So if they say 10 o'clock, that means it's 4 o'clock with us in the afternoon. If they say it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's basically 8 o'clock at night with us. But, well, there you go. The Program Advisory Committee is also well-known people in the community: Peter Burns, Don Williams, Tom Rieger, David Weibel, and Janine Nolt, all very well-known names. For example, Peter Burns, that also writes software. The Library of Congress, of course, with Tom Rieger, who is the head of the digitization there. David Weibel, who is the creator and researcher for the Next Generation Target, and Janine Knoll, who worked for the Mass Digitization Program of the Smithsonian Institute. So they will be there, maybe you will be there, it could be interesting. There have been some interesting metadata options, topics. There has been also imaging, how to do imaging, how to adhere to standards and stuff. So that could be, let's put it this way, cheaper option for you to join into the community, because you don't have to fly to Oslo. But if you can, absolutely welcome in Oslo. And with that, I will say something else. That's a little bit of an advertisement for, well, something I host. But anyways, I've mentioned yesterday that 2023, the FACI guidelines will be published in January. In March, there will be an event where you can pick the brains of the people of the working group that actually wrote those guidelines. The event that I was talking about is one of the series of GrabberCamps. GrabberCamps is a monthly Zoom get-together. Well, grab a cup and join in, where you can, for free, talk to the community. It was born in July 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, and it's still running strong. I happen to be the host of it, so, well, there you go. The person that speaks the most is the one with the green hair, because I have to introduce everybody. But in the end, it is a discussion with a lot of people, with people from all over the world that may have questions, that are new to the field, that are also just changing to the new ISO standard, that have trouble reading the software, that have trouble exchanging something with their vendor, and they get help. Everybody is welcome to also offer a topic that you want to discuss. It's basically a list of invitations for almost 1,000 people at this moment. We have non-topical meetings where we just celebrate being here and talk about our days and war stories exchange. There come 10 to 80 people each month. It always happens on a Tuesday, the first, or most of the times on a Tuesday, most of the times the first Tuesday of a month. The next one will be on the 6th of December, next week, 8 o'clock Polish time in the evening, which is also 8 o'clock my evening time, because this is my free time that I'm spending with the community. This is what I do, what I like to do for the community, with the community. We have a lot of people joining in every month. There is no obligation to join in. If you want to listen in and you just have it as a podcast on, great, lots of people do that. When you have a question, you can always ask a question. When you have a topic that you want to be discussed, we can arrange for that too. December 6th, we will have a topical meeting. This topical meeting will be presented by Tom Rieger, head of the digitization services of the Library of Congress. He will tell everything about Braille digitization, how to digitize Braille documents. They have invented a machine with the Association of the Blind, and he will present how they actually got that to work. So, not the thing, or actually the thing that you would hear in a conference, because he has presented that, but in a conference, you only get a 15-minute time slot to present the whole thing, which is great. But it could happen that it could be interesting for the whole community, and then I'm knocking on your door and say, well, how about make it a whole evening? And that's what Tom Rieger will do. He will be there for at least 2 to 3 hours, and he will present something, and everybody can pick his brain about this, and maybe something else. So you're wholeheartedly invited to join in. Works pretty easy. You send me an email with your email address, tell me you want to be on the invitation list. I will forward that. You will get a monthly invitation as long as you want that. And if you don't want any invitations anymore, you just send an email back and say, well, I'm opting out. So no strings attached. It does not go with any association, with any conference. This is something, a monthly thing that the community does together, and I just happen to be the host of that. Conferences is a good start, and what I want to tell you with that is you're not alone. And please take this home with you. If you have a question, there are people out there. Maybe they're in the neighborhood, maybe they're here in this room, but they are also international, facing the same ideas, the same problems, and the same argumentations they need to face for their management, to get funding. So it is very hard to get started, but we have a great community, and the motto, I think, is sharing is caring, and that's what we actually do every month. Yes, so with that, are there any questions on that? No? Comments? Yes, please.
I have one question, because I'm not sure if I understood you correctly when you were talking about files with file names ending with .tif with 2 Fs as not valid files. And what is the methodology to assess if the file is valid?
Well, basically, your best bet is to just run Jove.
Yes, but I'm asking what Jove does and how it relates to file name.
Jove is actually looking into what if the file is a valid TIFF, according to the TIFF standard. And as long as Jove is fine with it, it should be fine in the repository.
So it can have 2 Fs.
Most of the times, something is wrong with the creation of the file. So I would always be wary if it has 2F, yeah.
But why?
Because in my experience, most of the time was a broken TIFF when it had 2F. It had some trouble
But
in there.
you can change the file name, and what then?
Well, hopefully it is better, but I don't think so.
But how would it be better if it's exactly the same file?
Exactly, that's why you shouldn't change it. You should just reject it and let the person who created it recreate it with 1F as a file name ending.
What do you mean by recreated? Scan it again?
A scanner normally doesn't put out TIFF, well, at least not the
Some
models that I
might.
do.
You can configure what it outputs, and I've seen a lot of TIFFs with 2Fs, and everything was okay, because
Lucky you.
I don't think it's luck. The thing is that I think, and I can say from experience, that file name has nothing to do with the contents, actual contents of the file. And what JHOV does is it actually looks inside. And when you want to assess what the file type is, you don't do it by file name, you are doing it by looking inside it. And you can mostly tell by 4 first bytes of the file what it is.
True. Absolutely with you. That's what I said. Use Jove. If nothing else, your best bet is to look at the file ending. But that's your blackout option, the least trustworthy option to see if something is there. And still, a lot of software will open it without any problem.
Yes.
So it's not really a good example to do. It's not good practice. You should use Jove or anything else before you go for, okay, this is a TIFF because it's named TIFF. That's the least trustworthy option that you have if you have nothing else.
Oh, we have actually plenty of tools that can actually say what it is.
Sure, that's why you should use them.
Yeah,
you should always use tools to prove it. Definitely.
Yes, of course.
That's absolutely what I'm saying too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other things? Nope. Okay. So, I've talked quite a bit what one could encounter as an argument for not doing stuff. But the most important thing is actually somebody has to answer the question, why do we need it? Why is it important to implement new workflows, make standards available, adhering to a certain standard, get new equipment? And basically, in my experience, the management is only interested in the why. Because if the why is convincing, they will be more able to find money or willing to find money to actually make it happen. So your why has to be very compelling. What would be a why? A why does not answer to those things, because those are yet more arguments from, for example, the management against everything. Do we really, really, really need that? Well, do we really, really, really need to save cultural heritage? My answer would be yes, we do really need it, because we want a documented way to save our original for the eternity when we put it in the magazine. We don't want to give it to any restorer, get it back, and it looks completely different. Why do we want anything else as a standard for our digital images? We want a documented, controlled way to create an image. Well, it always looked good. Well, what does look good? The one crispy, nice image that the marketing put on the flyer? Is that what you want? Or does it look good on a thumbnail on the internet? Or what do you actually want with it? If you want preservation-grade imaging where you have all the information in there, we're not talking about good, because good is not a quality thing. Not personally from the management, but we have done that before, digitization without standards, and it worked out just fine. Yes, but do you actually know what you created? Do you actually have any idea how this image came to life and how you can sustain the quality for the future of this image? There are lots of images around that have no embedded metadata, that have nothing. It got lost, it was never in there. It might or not have a color profile in there, so we assume anything, everything, and it may or may turn out fine. May or may not turn out fine. So is that really sustainable for the long term? Because long-term storage will also take time, effort, and money. I have a camera on my cell phone, I can do it. I've had countless of external project leaders that said, well, don't make such a fuss out of it. My iPhone can do that. Like, yes, your iPhone can actually make an image. But that's something completely different than having a controlled, objective way of creating cultural heritage preservation masters. That's the first. And the second is, the thing that you create with your iPhone is already so adjusted that you can't even know what the whole software did to it, while I can use my preservation master and make the same pretty picture for you and still have a great image, a master image that I can use for 10 different things, because I can change it over and over again and make a derivative, which I can't do with your iPhone thingy because, well, I don't know, every adjustment I do could break it. Well, implementing all these things costs so much time and money, especially when you want equipment, then the money goes up. Well, yes, it is time, sure, but we all want to strive to be better. We want to educate ourselves. I mean, this is human nature. We want to get better than yesterday. So, yes, we will put time in it, maybe our free time, maybe we'll take a little more time to get a hold of how this exactly works or that exactly works. But that's part of our jobs. In the cultural heritage field, we are responsible for saving the cultural heritage of our institution, nation, globally. That's worth the time. Is it worth the money? Yes, it is worth the money, because, as I said before, once I've decided on something that I want in the future, I don't exactly need to change from today to tomorrow. But I can make a plan on how to reach that goal. If I don't have the goal, then there is no need to change anything, and I will never reach it. I will never reach it if I don't have a plan. So make a decision, sell the decision to the management, and present them a plan to get from here to there. Realistic plans that are basically easy to achieve. Because if you know in advance that you will need X amount of money, it's way easier to argue for the next term of money, or to have something planned with the financial department, with the management, when they say, well, you can't get the money next year, but I see a possibility in 2 years, you can have a plan for in 2 years. we don't have time to read an ISO standard. Well, basically, you don't need to read an ISO standard to actually use it. You only need to know where to find what information. So I hope I could help you a little bit with that yesterday, where to find what in it, and that will help you save time on this part. Another, of course, that goes to the equipment part that we talked already about. I bought some hardware. We, as an institution, bought the hardware, and the hardware reseller, the hardware vendor said, it can do it. So all is fine. Well, I think I've answered that question before. It's not. We still need to quality control everything that they said it can do, because we need to make sure that it's actually doing what we are asking them. Then, of course, to the time frame, how often do I need to use the target? Well, basically, as much as you want, you have to make a plan. And the classic one is, I only want a high-resolution image. Well, there you go. I can make a picture for you in 100 ppi, and I can upsample it to 600 ppi, and there you go. You have a high-resolution image. If you see something in there, that's a completely different question. Very nice is if you are actually doing that, because nothing helps more than a visual. So if somebody tells you, well, we only need high-resolution images, try to get them high-resolution images, highest possible resolution that you can manipulate by software, and just show them that, and they probably will not like the image, which is basically one of the easiest reasons to say, well, there you go, no quality control, no nothing, would have had a target in there, probably would have said something different. There you go. If you try to get funding for time and money for education, like going to conferences, getting more time for educating yourself, because, well, that's basically what you need to start with or need to do to actually have all these things running smoothly. Often it was said that, well, that's not so difficult, I can do it. And when you actually try to put those people behind, then they won't do that for you because they don't know how to actually use the stuff. So, could be some very interesting conversation that you have here. Something that resellers often, unfortunately, don't help with is, well, you buy the equipment, you press the button, and it's there. Yes, the image is there, but does it have any quality? So make the sound argument for why you introduce a standard is because it's documented. It's controlled. Your whole workflow will be controlled. You know exactly how your image will be created. You have all the information in this one workflow, and you can prove technical parameters in an objective way by only using a target. If you don't use a target, your eyes will not tell you everything. Tells you something, yes, but they won't tell you everything. We've always done it this way. Well, that's an argument that I'm not really happy with. Get it thrown at me all the time. We've always done it this way. There is no reason to stay in the past, as I say always. Well, we can change. We should change. We should strive to be better than yesterday, and we should follow the science that is now available, and not the science that was available 20 years ago. So we can make better images, better products for our cultural heritage when we just change a little bit, because actually the technology has evolved, but the principles are still the same. They're still there. You just have to have a workflow with it. Another argument that I've often heard is, well, I don't need to have the highest possible quality. that you are proposing with the ISO standard or with the FADGI guideline, because the originals will not be thrown away. Well, I wholeheartedly hope that they don't, and that you will keep the originals still, but that's not a reason not to go for the best possible image at the moment that we are actually digitizing. Do we really want the original to be taken out every 5 years and be redone because we either are not happy with what we've done 5 years ago, or we do need another copy with a different quality or a different anything, because now we have a different use case for it? Everything like that is really not a good reason not to do it, basically. So you should state that, basically, we are doing this because we are in the business of saving cultural heritage. An original will not last forever, especially if we're talking paper, and especially if we're talking wood paper, late 1800s, early 1900s, not that greatest quality of paper. Talking about 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, not so great quality of paper, doesn't last forever. We don't even know if it will last the next 50 years. Will we be able to save the original, or is this now, at this moment in time, our best chance to get all the information out of the original? I say this is the best time we have to make the most of what we know now, and we might be able to do something better in 100 years if our originals are still there. But we cannot be sure. So why do something less if we can, with a little more time and effort and a little bit more money in the long run, because we are libraries, archives, and museums. We are no institutions that only last for 2, 3, 5 to 10 years. We are here and we have a task for eternity. So we have to do digitization for eternity. We have to preserve it. We have to preserve the original and see that most get out of it at the moment in time. Any original that I have to take out of its storage place, get it to the digitization, get it back to the digitization means I will be manipulating an original that is endangered, will not last forever, and is under a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure because I am disturbing its rest, but also because every digitalization, especially when we're talking about book cradles, glass platens, and everything like that, there will be pressure on the real original. I will not just lay it there. Paper, as I said before, wants to go back to its normal state, so it will go back to a bound, closed state. That's what it's naturally now in storage. So it doesn't want to be open, it doesn't want to be pressed down, it doesn't want to be flat. The paper will react to that. The more often I need to do that, the less quality my original will be. And the more in danger I am that I will actually lose it earlier than it should be lost. Which means we can help save the survival of the original by doing the digitization right now, right here, appropriately. Saving, keeping the original in mind, and following the motto, do it once, do it good, and not do it tomorrow again. And actually, there's way less money in writing specifications and buying equipment to an ISO standard than to lose something that cannot be replaced. You cannot replace the originals once they're lost. So let's make the most out of it and get them at least a digital representation with as much possible information than that we can get now. At this moment in time, the technology has made such a big leap forward that it's unlikely that we need to do the same digitization again in 10 years, in 15 years, and get more information out of the original. Highly unlikely, because we can capture, especially for paper-based originals, everything at this moment in time that is in there. So we have saved the information, and because the originals will deteriorate, it's likely that in 10 or 15 years, the original will have less information than we can get out of it now. And this is why you should actually change to a workflow according to an ISO standard, according to FATCI guidelines, because it will give you the means and the workflow and the security that you will actually get out all the information of this original. The other thing is, if you have long-term preservation storage for those for these digital files, and you have a controlled way to create them, preservation managers will really like you, because you're creating them according to the same workflow, the same specifications, you have everything documented. So if they need to change something because, I don't know, sometimes they need to do stuff to preserve digital files, it happens, they know exactly what kind of impact it will have, what they will do. The actions, they can research the action, the reaction of the files prior to actually doing it, so they can prevent damage to the digital files, which is for a lot of other stuff that they have to save, like raw files, like PDFs, where they don't know which version it will be. It's way harder for them to preserve it, to get everything in order, to not cause any damage to the data that they have, or to lose data. So if we can help that, we are actually doing this now for them in the future. And if I'm following a controlled, documented workflow, then I have a chance that in 100, 150 years, our children's children's children will go to the repository, take out our files, and know exactly why it looks the way it looks. And not, what? What have they done back then? How on earth did this image happen? We are not there to tell them. We will all be long gone. But if we follow a standardized way and we tell them that we have done that, they can retrace our steps. We are part of history, right now in the making. And that is basically why the management should agree to buy you new targets, new equipment, and change everything to an ISO standard, for example. Another big question that I'm always asking my manager, but okay, she already bought in, so no problems there. But hey, why not? What is there to lose? Well, the world is to lose, but there is actually no good reason to not use a standard or a guideline that everybody can understand, that you can use in Poland, and you can send me the file in Switzerland, and I know exactly what you did without you telling me, because I know you did the ISO standard level B, for example. It also makes it so much easier to document, because I don't have to write everything. I just have to reference pretty well. Okay, have to get my page numbers right and my paragraphs right. But it's way easier than to make up everything myself and say, well, my SFR, oh yeah, what do I mean by SFR? Hey, no, it's there in this chapter, in this document, there it is. And with that, I also want to say something about two things that I absolutely believe in digitization is there is no right or wrong, and there is no bad decision but one. The worst decision you can make is not to make any decision. And the second thing that I will say is, whatever you do, the most important thing that you need to do is documentation. It's priceless, it's unbelievably valuable for now, for future, for all the time. Documentation is a key part, and document every decision that you make. Also, if you say, I won't do that, but document why you took this decision. So people that follow you in your job, but also maybe follow you in 100 years, know why something happened. And with that, I would say we are on the last break for the 2 days before we close up with a fun little last part, I hope. Well, welcome back to the last minutes of our time together. I see somebody grabbing a microphone. You want to join in, comment on something that I've said before?
I want to just ask, because you have mentioned this verifying the files by people with visualize with eyes.
Yeah.
And what level of preparing the room you will suggest? So what about the calibration of the monitor, about the reference lighting?
Okay.
Things like that.
So when I do a visual inspection, how would I create the room, the environment for it?
Yes.
Okay, that's actually a good question. Basically, what you need is a good computer. Something that can actually render a lot of images, because you don't want to wait each image for a coffee break until it's actually on your monitor. So you need a little bit of power in your computer. My laptop is nice for traveling, but I wouldn't suggest anything like that for actual quality control. It's way too slow. I have to wait for a TIFF file because it's a heavy file. It doesn't really want to open very fast. And if you use Photoshop, because it's a very well-known software that I'm not endorsing, but I'm using it myself. So then a TIFF file, depending on how big it is, I mean, I've seen normal newspaper pages, 40, 50, 60 MB, no problem. It's okay fast on this laptop, but if you do a graphical print and it suddenly comes with a 450 MB file, then this laptop says, well, maybe you want to travel to Warsaw before I'm opening it. Okay, great. So get something with a little power, otherwise you will lose a lot of time and you will be very annoyed with it. So that would be my suggestion for a computer, little bit of power. What you need is maybe a good network connection if you're loading it from a server. Otherwise, a very fast way is USB 3 connections, of course, because oftentimes a limiting factor in institutions is the speed of the internet that is monitored by the IT department. So if you're using snail mail hard drives, then you can just plug them in and you can maybe get more speed in opening for the quality control. What you would need is a monitor that is capable of representing color as intended. So ideally, a monitor that is hardware calibrated, that you can actually also control, that has the ability to show more than sRGB as a color profile. So you can either choose for something that is actually asked by you. For example, if you are doing your digitization and you're asking a color profile of Adobe RGB 1998, ideally your monitor is able to render Adobe 1998, so can be calibrated or set to the same color profile. Or any other profile for that matter, maybe a custom one that is not standardized in the monitor. But then you can load it maybe as a custom profile. So you would need something of a more high-end computer monitor. Ideally, very stable, and as I said, hardware calibrated. So there are two options. You either can have a monitor that you are calibrating yourself. There are devices for that. Takes more time. You have to maintain a schedule for that. Or you opt for integrated hardware calibration, where there is a sensor and a calibration meter already built in the monitor, which saves kind of a lot of time, and you can do a calibration way more often because it will just do it on Sunday when you're not there anyway, for example. A hood on the monitor in order to have no reflection from light coming somewhere would be great. To put it nicely so that you can actually look at it. So the table would need to be adjustable, because not everybody is actually as tall or short as me. So that would be great, because then you can sit with different people at the same monitor. So the monitor needs to be adjustable with the table. That would be great. And the light. The light. Here we go. Well, no lights that are actually directly on the monitor or on your eyes. No daylight. Woo, bad. No daylight. So get a dark room. Doesn't need to be black, but a dark room without daylight would be ideal. And have no direct light shining on you, on your eyes, and on your monitor. No reflection. So the best way is indirect light, light that goes up, for example, on the walls, like it's mounted over here and shining up. So it cannot reflect on the monitor, for example. And when you sit here, it would be behind you, or it would be over there, but it's going up, so it doesn't reflect into your eyes. So that would be something that you could think of. Mount it on the walls, if you can. Not too low, because otherwise you will get too much light. And for the color of the walls, for example, people often think you need black, because, well, black doesn't reflect any light and everything like that. But it's very uncomfortable to sit in for a person. So when we were in the Netherlands, we have made some research on what would be a great color. And there is a great gray color for that. It's RAL 7004. It's a neutral gray. It's not the gray kind of thing that museum photographers, for example, like for their studio photography, they tend to get a little tint darker. It's not necessary. It's a really nice, bright, gray, light wall color. And you could paint, well, the surrounding like that. If you have a low ceiling, well, if that's white, I would suggest also painting it. But if you have a high ceiling and it's way above you, it won't interfere. So that would be my suggestions on how to create an environment for that.
And the kind of light sources?
As long as they are not shining right onto you, I'm not that into LED or something else. LED, of course, is something that is more commonly used because of energy savings, and you can actually choose which color it has and something like that. 5,000 Kelvin, something like that would be great. But if you use what kind of technology, I mean, most of the times nowadays you get LEDs anyway. So that would be fine too.
And did you make the compare between what you see on the screen and what you see on the original?
Well,
and what then the light sources to enlight the original?
Well, then you would need some different setup where you have a light on the original too. Yeah, I find that very annoying, to be honest, because it distracts my eyes always. So personally, I rather not do that. But, well, you should have the same kind of light on the original than you would have in your environment. If you want to know, there is an ISO standard for that environment, which is mentioned in the FADGI 2023 guidelines. So you can actually look it up. They have the number there, and they have also written out some specifics about the environment where you should look at the original ad. So the monitor and the lighting booth and everything like that, where you can actually compare those two. Personally, I'm not a big fan of it because I'm distracted by something that's on the side. And that's, I don't know, just my personal preference.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yes.
Can you describe your procedure after you load files in Warsztaty? Okay. Can you describe your procedure, what you do after you load your files into Photoshop?
Well, describe the procedure.
What do you check for, and what's the optimization of it?
Well, what's the optimization? I don't have an optimization. I'm writing a report if I like what I see or not. And basically, because I'm the quality assurance manager, I can just reject anything and somebody else has to fix it for me. That's the beauty of my job. But to answer your question, I'm loading files and I check immediately if Photoshop actually tells me if the right embedded color profile is there. Because my Photoshop is set to warn me if something's off my expectation. So if I expect Adobe RGB in my files, my working space is set to Adobe RGB. Whenever it's opening, it's cross-checking, and whenever there is a mismatch, Photoshop will say, hey, 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 attention, there is something wrong. So I know that there is something wrong with the color profile. That's the first thing that happens when you're opening a file. Well, of course, the very, very first thing is, can it even be opened? Because there are lots of files that seem from the outside completely fine, but they don't. They don't open somehow. Why? I don't know. But yeah, so that's the first thing. The second thing is the color profile. Then it normally renders small, like you see the whole thing with Photoshop on there, with all your tools and everything. So I will go file by file, enlarge it to 100%. In the meantime, I have already checked if there is a border on each side. So if I see the whole object, plus a little bit of the background of the machine that is actually creating the thing, or a carton box or something.
You said file by file, so you have only one file opened at once, and after you're done your closing, or do you opening more?
Oh no, that's why I need this more than this. I will just open 30, 50 files, and then I will just click them through. So
yeah, I'm interested in those things. That's why I ask about optimizations of your workflow with this.
Well,
could you elaborate more?
Basically, I need this AQL that I talked about. I have a sample. So if I have like 350 in my sample, I make sure that they are grouped together in a folder. And then I'm opening up 30, 40, whatever I grab with my mouse, open them in Photoshop, wait until everything is loaded, and then I will enlarge them to 100%, check everything that I want to see. If it's okay, I will close the file. If it's not okay, I'll write up everything that I don't find okay. Close the file. Do this the 30, 40 times. Delete everything that I've already checked, because they are only copies, and then go on with the next 40. Can I make this more efficient? Well, yes, I could if I had an even stronger computer that can load me 150, 200, 300 images in Photoshop at once. Do you want to? Well, thing is, you need a lot of, eye power to actually look at all this stuff all the time. So you don't want to do it too long after each other. And you don't want to mess up all your files. So, 30 to 40 is something that I find doable, very doable. In a short amount of time, then I can do something else, relax my eyes, because when you are staring too long, you will see all crazy stuff happening. You shouldn't do that. So you need to give your eyes also some rest in between. And you could maybe do 50, maybe 80. That depends very much on how you want to do it. I don't do it all the time. If I have a good day, and we all have good days and bad days, I might do 80, 100 after each other. And then if I have a really bad day and I can't focus on something visually enough, I can make that out immediately. I will only do 30 to 40 to 50, close, do something else, come back to the thing. The beauty is I don't need to think a lot about it, I just need to look a lot.
Are you using automation or are you doing everything by hand?
I'm not doing automation because all I want to do is see something. So I'm using my hand to move the image around in the speed that my eyes are looking. And if I automate it, as I said, sometimes I have a good day and I can do more, see more, be faster because my eyes are more awake, let's put it this way, than on other days. If I would have an automation on that with a time frame on that, this would be the easiest way to do it, then I'm not sure that I can see everything on every day.
Yeah, but I meant only on things that can be automated.
Like?
Like inspecting what the profile is inside the files.
Well,
This can be automated
I already did
totally.
that with my header information.
Yeah.
In the data integrity, I did
You don't need
that.
Photoshop to do it.
I
There are
don't.
faster ways.
Yes, but I already did that in the data integrity. I know that it states that it's Adobe RGB.
This is another iteration of checking when you're opening this.
Well, it's just how my Photoshop is set. You don't need to do that. But I like my Photoshop to be set to the right color space.
Yeah.
So that's basically all. But no, it's not because I otherwise would not. No, I've already checked that in the data integrity, of course, with my script that tells me about every file, that it has actually should be Adobe RGB, yes.
Are there other things that you could script?
From the visual inspection?
No, for other things, like.
No.
Okay.
No, I think there is everything that I've said in the data integrity process is to be scripted. This is completely automated. You don't need anything or anything else to do that. You only need script for that. Data integrity is completely automated. For the targets, you can automate if you want to. The reading out of the targets, you could do that if you want that, that's okay. What you cannot automate is the only thing that's left, and that's the visual inspection. So whenever you need to look at something, that's something where I say, no, you can't automate it. But everything else can, and for the most part in my workflow is automated.
Were you thinking about using other tools than Photoshop for it?
No.
Or switching to, that's why I ask if you are opening them at once, because what would be the possible drawback of doing them in series, like one by one?
Nothing. It's just the way I do it.
Yeah, okay, that's great.
You have to find your own way, what is comfortable for you. That's basically the thing. For me, this is the way I do it the fastest, but that does not mean that that's for everybody the same.
Yeah, I was trying to look at it from the point of system load, and if you open 30 or 40 files, the load is huge. That's what you said. Why you said you need a strong computer
Sure.
to do it, but. You can also, if you have confirmed that you can also do it one by one without having a strong computer.
Well, you can do it one by one, but I will tell you, not on this laptop, because you still need a stronger computer than that, because it's still very slow on this one. But yes, you can, if you have a proper PC. You don't need a high-end super computer for that, absolutely not. Any computer will do that is basically better than my travel laptop.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else I can help clear up, maybe? No? Well, then let's see why management should buy all your argumentation. if you have no documentation, no specification, no quality requirements, you might end up with this. And I do believe that this is one of the best examples, or one of the examples why it's readable is not even valid if I can read what the original says. Because as soon as I have a hand over the text, well, I can read half of it, but I can't see through the hand. This is an actual book that you can order. You can buy it from Google Books, where you will find it's one of the books where the operator has a hand in it. Not only on one page, but on many, which is basically a reason why you would need to re-digitize it. And, well, as we heard, that's maybe not the best idea for the original. So in this case, this is actually from a master thesis, an article in the New Yorker, where a student made a research on Google Books about the hands, the artful accidents of Google Books, and he ordered a book. So you can see here that this is the book that you can get when you actually order it. If you want to prevent that, well, I urge you to have a documented quality assurance workflow with your digitization. But what else could happen when you are not looking at images? Even when you have the best intentions, the best specifications, the best workflow around? Anybody wants to tell me if this is a good or not good image? Well, it does open. So we have established it opens, it's a good file, there we are. So now we go in the realm of visual inspection and what can we get out of it? Does anybody feel like sharing with us the ideas? Yes, please. It's bad, okay.
I'm not sure if I see it very well, but there's some information in the gutter that is cut off here.
In the gutter?
Yeah.
Here?
Yes.
Okay, this is the gutter. This.
Oh yeah. That's why I wasn't sure if it was like this.
Okay, this is the gutter. Oops.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I couldn't see it
there's
very
nothing,
well
nothing.
on the projector.
Yes, I know the projector is really bad. It needs a border. Okay, so this is the original, and you can really hardly see it. Maybe we can turn off one of the lights to make it a little bit darker on the screen. That could help, maybe. Well, we do have a switch, thank you very much. Here you see the border of the object, and you have a border around it. So we have one border, two border, and three border above. I have no border here because it's a double page split. And I see that here is the gutter, so this is the border for the other page. Anybody else? This is really the fun part about my presentation here. 2 days, I've waited for it for so long. Okay. The problem in this picture lies within the red frame. No? No? Okay. Should I go on? How about now?
Yeah, that couldn't been seen from the previous view. It wasn't seen very well from the previous view, but now it is obvious. These images were stitched.
No,
No,
this was not a stitched image.
but there are artifacts.
There are artifacts, which is basically proof of the concept that a target, can only tell you something about the imaging system. It will not detect something like that because a target doesn't even have that feature where it could do that. So the original will always influence something else than a target, and you still need to look and visually inspect your image.
So what's the problem in this case? How these artifacts came to be?
Hardware defect. Point is, we open this image, and in a visual inspection, if you are only looking at it at a small scale, you might overlook it. So that's why the visual inspection, you blow it up to its real 100%, and you basically see over here, very softly, something is already here to be seen. So when you focus on this, you see here, and here, and here, for example, that there are artifacts. And that's why visual inspection still can make an influence and an objective influence, because we can all agree on that this and this, for example, is not part of the original. The original ends here, and this is information that is made up by something. And in this case, it's made up by a very badly made hardware that has a defect that is actually putting in the middle of its scanning digitization background always a doubling. And it does it with almost everything. But this is how you find hardware defects, for example, too. You look at it, and something, when you're trained to look at stuff, and you're used in your environment that I just described to look at it at 100%, something's wrong. And then you go look for it, and well, there you go. There you see another excerpt of a real image. What's wrong with it or not wrong with it? Is it a good image? Show of hands. It's only in a corner of an image, I know, but is it okay? Is it not okay? Okay? Not okay. What's the problem with it? Can somebody translate that for me?
Brak wysłonięcia. Uważam, że tam po prostu strona głębsza jest niewysłonięta od tej pierwszej. No niech ktoś weźmie i przetłumaczy.
What is to...
I don't know if I could understand, but it's that it's not one page, just is parts of few pages.
Yes, it's part of a book.
Kilku kart, tak? That was the main.
Okay, well, it is, the object is a book, yes. So that's not wrong. We show the whole original, and the original is a book, so you see that there are different pages, and they are not very well bound. But well, in the 1500s, 1600s, they did it this way. So you have a border here, and those are the corners, and this is the page that is actually underneath the glass. And the other ones, and the other pages are already turned. So that's okay. Something else.
And what means this light line?
Which light?
Very bright line.
Here?
Here, yes.
Yes. Well, that basically says that there is not too much pressure with the glass pattern on the original, so you always see that there is not, it's not a flat object. No page is completely flat. Should I go on? Yes. Okay. How about now? And yes, this was an altered image. This is the image that was sent to me. This is the image that I create in order to make something visible here. No, that basically is real in the original. The problem here is the color of the paper. The color of the paper changes unnaturally, and it's very hard to see in this one on a projector. In my controlled environment, whenever I'm opening it, I immediately see that something's fishy with the color of the original that I don't expect. If I alter the image, it's also shown, because this would be kind of a normal behavior of paper, especially old paper is not very uniform, so you see that some things happen, but what's really strange is the color change here to a completely different color. It's not a natural behavior of the color. And that's what we saw. And we had a problem with how the setup was done, because the edges were falling in a different color schema that was completely unrelated to anything else, and we did not want that, so they had to recalibrate the whole hardware in order to make smooth color pictures that are all over the place, the same color actually. Could also be that, for example, if you encounter something like that, there is a greenish shade on one side. Like I said before, it might have been me with my hair casting a shadow. So if you encounter those minor deviations, it could be either the hardware, it could be a software manipulation, but it could also only be, well, the wrong color of clothing that the operator was wearing that day. This is a bright spot that should not be there. This is another bright spot. But the more fun part is this, and this is the actual color of the image that came to us. I'm not asking if you think it's right or wrong, because by now you all know the trade. I'm not showing it if it's good, so there is something wrong with this picture. What could be possibly wrong with this picture? I'm saying immediately it has borders 4 times. You just can't see it very well, but there is actually a border here, and a border here, and up there, and there too. Over here you see another darker shade, and over here too. That is because it's not completely flat pressed. There is a shadow because it's not completely flat. And I will say yes, it's actually not oriented in the right way. When it came to me, it was. Unfortunately, PowerPoint slides are not in a vertical way, they have to be landscape, so I had to rotate it. That's not the mistake here. But anything else? No?
It's hard to say because we didn't see 100%.
That's not true. We can see it on not 100%. Should I show it? Well, there we go. How about now? I've altered the image. And what do you think now? The contract? Yeah? Is? What is the contrast? From here to here, the contrast is, yeah, the contrast is very low, and here the contrast is better. This is the actual preservation master, so this is good. The thing is, the ink is also very low contrast. It's very brownish ink in the original, so that's actually really a representation of what the original would look like. Here I've altered the image, so I've increased the contrast, especially to make something shown that is wrong with this image. If I would have done it even more, it would have been almost black contrast ink that would jump off your screen, so I did not do it too much. But there is something wrong here. And I'm pretty sure whenever I point it out, everybody can see it all the time. There is a, sorry? Ah. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 green. Where is green? Here? Well, actually, it's here. It's green here until here, and this here is also green. And this part is red, and this part is red. Exactly, that's the problem. We have actually called it the checkerboard problem in red and green. Here is a very straight line that goes through the whole page, and it changes color, red, green, red, green. And this is not the color that it should have. So, another hardware defect that we encountered. The hardware was actually producing at random, which is super annoying, at random color checkerboards in red and green. In this case, we had 4 parts that have different colors, but we have seen in the same production with the same machines that they were like smaller checkerboards, 8 tiles, 16 tiles, something like that. And it was not in every original, so the original series would be exactly the same, kind of sort, of course not exactly the same, but the sorts alike, same sort of paper, same sort of ink, and still at random, those things happen. They are not in the original. And we know that because, well, first of all, we saw the original. The other thing is, there is a very distinct straight line between those color changes. And it's not only on the vertical, it's also on the horizontal. They are really distinct lines. The problem here is, it did never ever happen with any target that we put on there. So there had to be something wrong, but it's not shown on the target. And even worse, in this case, when you open it in Photoshop and you measure the green part and the red part, the pixel values come back as completely logical as they would be expected from a normal paper. It was very, very hard. It took us 1.5 years that the hardware equipment builder accepted and acknowledged that it was his mistake. They made a firmware update, problem was gone. Great stuff. Took some time and effort and lobbying, but we got it fixed. Unfortunately, the next firmware update, he reintroduced the problem in his hardware. So we had to go and tell him he had to do yet another firmware update to fix the problem that he already fixed before. But yeah, that's exactly the problem. Thank you very much. Good eyes on the very strange screen. But yeah, that was the problem. Here you can see it even more, and because it's funny and we've talked about files and hiding things in files, this is actually a file that shows the cover of a book, and the really interesting part is happening up there, really, really up there in Photoshop, because it came to us as a nice TIFF file. It actually came out of the data integrity checks as completely cool, great file. And it even had the right PPI, embedded profile, everything like that. Unfortunately, it was not a TIFF. Or yet, it was a TIFF, but actually, it was a camera raw file that disguised itself as a TIFF. And that's not exactly the kind of TIFF that I actually want. So we had a little bad luck with that. Luckily, we caught it, but only by opening the file and see what Photoshop actually renders there. It rendered a camera raw file, and that's also something you need to be aware of. Each kind of software and each version of the software will have its own pros and cons. So Photoshop is a great software, but there are versions, older versions of Photoshop. Nowadays you have this Creative Cloud thing, I think, everywhere. But before that times, you had Photoshop version 4, version 5, version 6, something like that. And not all versions were actually rendering this as a RAW. So if you had an older version, well, Photoshop was like, okay, that's a TIFF, I am completely happy with that. And we wouldn't have known it if we wouldn't have just changed the Photoshop version and then it opened as a RAW file. So just to make you aware that everything can happen and nothing is really, really fixed until you actually see it and open it. Another fun thing, going to, well, I have a completely great file, nothing's wrong, everything's cool, and then I'm opening it and something happens. And the something that happens is over there, those funny colored pixels. And I've, of course, zoomed in so we can see the pixels here. But they should be as white as the rest of the whole thing, but they are not. Why? Nobody could answer that question for me. It happened to a specific workflow, to a specific automated workflow that they did. Yes, please.
Was it uncompressed TIFF?
Yes.
So it's a data corruption.
I know, but how did it happen? Why?
Well, one bit could be changed, and the whole block has different values.
I know, so that was a problem. But a whole production from a whole contractor, from a whole year, had to be rejected because their first parts of the TIFFs were all corrupted. So they had a workflow problem.
How many files had this?
How many files? I think 600,000.
And was it on a longer period of time? Was
Yes.
it just a few sessions or?
No, it was months worth of work.
One device or more?
One company, 20 devices.
So whole line of devices?
Yes. It was really, really, really bad. And they could not find out what happened and why in their workflow, what was making the corruption. But everything was infected. It's so tiny that you really have to be able to find it, and you have to really look closely, because this is now completely blown up. Normally, you get a file that is way smaller, But just to make you aware, if you see in the corner, most of the times in the left corner for us, left corner above, colors that should not be there, like you expect a border in white or in blackish, gray, something like that, and you see color blinking there, it's worth to zoom in because you might encounter data corruption that needs fixing or that points to a bigger problem. So you can see with that, where did this file come from? How was it created? Can we establish something to prevent this data corruption from happening? This is something that was completely strange. It never happened before, years and years and years worth of work, no problem. Apparently something changed, it corrupted all their files, and then they fixed it and it never happened again. So glad they were able to fix it, but it was really a heavy impact on the whole workflow on the vendor. So there is one other image that I have to show something interesting. And yes, this is cropped very badly. There's almost no border left. You can hardly see anything. So I will not ask you to determine on this picture what is wrong. I will just show you where the problem lies. The problem lies actually here on this whole side. I have, and you have to trust me on that, I have a border here, I have a border here, and I have a border up there. My problem is, I also have a border here. And this border is strange. Something I did not expect. Why didn't I expect it? Because it was a bound volume produced in a phi shape. And as we have talked about, so you have this bound volume, and you have the glass, and you will have distortion from the glass. That's something you see here. This is the gutter. You see that there, well, you probably don't see, but you have to believe me. There's a glass pattern here and a glass pattern here. Why is this border annoying me now? Because, well, if you have 2 pages, there is 3 borders, and here 3 borders. Where does this border in the middle of the book come from? In the middle of a book cradle. No, it's not from the rotation. It's even funnier. I really do my best to try and make everything clear in my specifications. So I wrote, I want to see the whole object, and I want borders everywhere. Somebody in this company was actually thinking that I need 4 borders in any image that I'm getting, in every image. So whenever there wasn't a 4th border because there was a page, they have photoshopped a border in there by hand. I mean, okay, that's a little bit crazy effort, but that was really the case. Somebody sat there and actually made borders for me, which was, well, not exactly what I wanted, not what was intending with my specification, but just to show you, even with the best intentions, and when you think everything's clear, you don't have to specify that, well, just write it up. Because there can be somebody who does that. Yes?
I want to ask about centimeters around our objects. Should be always the same, or sometimes bigger? Or
you can try to standardize that and say at least 20 pixel or 50 pixel or something like that, whatever you feel comfortable with as an institution. I always say, well, you should give me at least 20 to 50 pixel, but that is very narrow. So when I'm visually inspecting stuff, I hardly can see 20 pixel around. So I prefer a little bit bigger borders. So most of the times I'm like, okay, give me like 50 pixels. That makes it immediately visible for me that I have a border. So I'm not counting in centimeters, rather by pixels, and people will just throw around 50 pixels in there. And depending on the original, of course, if a page is a little bit longer or a little bit shorter, well, then you have 55 pixels or 49 pixels.
But it is not a problem when the RAM are not always the same. It's not the problem.
It wouldn't be a problem for me. That's basically institutional, personal question that you want to have standardized, yes or no. If you prefer it to be always the same, yes or no. My bigger problem is no border or artificial borders. And for the rest, I'm okay. If it's way too big, like if you give me like 10 centimeters or so, well, I will tell you that's too big. Just crop something off. But if it's reasonable, I'm a big fan of reasonable in this way because we are all in the mass digitization. If we have to perfect every image, it will take a lot of time. So if there is a little wiggle waggle in the whole thing, I am completely fine with that. Well, to end the whole great days with you, some tips and tricks to get everything wrapped up. Define your wishes, requirements, and expectations before you start anything, before you start a project, a program. You might want to get help of experts, but maybe you don't need them. Maybe you just ask your neighboring institution. For the visual inspection, train people to look for the odd stuff. It's not about accurate measurements. Therefore, you use the target. The targets will tell you everything like that, but everything a target can't tell you. Basically, there is something wrong with the image. Train people to look for that. Some of the examples that I just shown. Be aware of what you create and how, especially the surroundings. If you have lights shining on your machines, it will influence what you will create. If you have very bright colors, very colorful colors in your operator's clothing, they will influence what you are creating. It's completely okay to ask experts and not know everything yourself. I don't know everything myself, and I'm asking people all the time to help me out with some things that I don't know. Automation is great and helpful, but you can't automate everything. And don't underestimate the importance of visual inspection. Define acceptable error margins internally before you start, because otherwise you will run into trouble. Goes also back to expectation management, of course, and don't rely on the same system for quality assurance as you are creating your products in. So if you're creating your products on a one-shot system, use another system to do the quality control that has nothing to do with the same software, with the same thing that you're actually creating. Take another software and open your file in there to see if something changes. Test your hardware before you use it, before you actually pay it, preferably, as we talked about. If you can't do that yourself, or if you're unsure, there are also people that can help you. I also mentioned if you have vendors externally, either that sell you hardware or that work for you in a digitization project, question their test results. Don't trust that everything will be fine just because you asked it to be fine. And use appropriate software for your needs. Something is very important here. Not everybody has an very open IT department or IT policy. So you might want to shop around. There's a lot of different kinds of software out there that you might be able to use, but not everything is available for every institution because of restrictions in IT departments, for example. Test the one-size-fits-all solutions to match your flexibility and needs and wishes, because whenever a one-size-fits-all solution comes around the corner, it might not be as flexible as you want or doesn't adhere to your needs. So it might be better to have another solution, and a one-size-for-all doesn't always help you with everything that you want. And with that, I say thank you very much. This is my contact information, and I'm happy to hear or see you back in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martina.
You're welcome.
It's been 16 hours, almost 16 hours, starting yesterday at 10 a.m. And I hope you have survived it, and I hope that you have survived it. Thank you very much, everyone, and I hope we shall be staying in touch or getting in touch if you haven't been in touch with Martina before. And now I'll switch to Polish, so there will be no more English spoken today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage you to take part in future workshops. We won't have many this year. There will be 3 next weeks. And there are still places for 1 of them. You can write us about the other 2, but we don't have any vacant places, vacant spot here anymore. At the same time, please do visit our webpage of the National Library. There are news about trainings and workshops. You can have a look at them. Thank you so much. Tomasz Gruszkowski, Digitalization Competences Center in the National Library. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage for their financial support in organizing this and other trainings.